Yes. What's popping? What's going on? You're back in the lab with your man Marq Nash. He is I am he. Another great episode of Breaking Beats. A very special episode of Breaking Beats, I should say. We will be remembering the late brother, the good brother, Malcolm X. Truly unfortunate, man. I guess unfortunate is it's a non-starter, right? To say it's unfortunate, but as you know, we lost the good brother Malcolm X 57 years ago. 57 years ago today, brother Malcolm X would be 97. 97. Wow. Wow, right? So I'm gonna remember the brother in a positive way. We're gonna have a good time. Gonna have a good time. And I got a question. I got a survey in the chat. What would Malcolm X think of the African American experience in 2022? I'll drop the link out so everybody can get their thoughts off. People can call in. We're gonna remember the brother in a positive way. My heart still hurts, and hurts, and it irks my nerves. The way we lost the brother right in front of his family, in front of God and everybody, right? Very, very emotional thing for your boy Marq Nash. But we're gonna rejoice, right? Let's play this clip. Let's run this intro.
And what made us feel helpless was our hatred for ourselves. One of the things that made the Black Muslim movement grow was its emphasis upon things African. This was the secret to the growth of the Black Muslim movement. African blood, African origin, African culture, African ties. And you'd be surprised. We discovered that deep within the subconscious of the Black man in this country, he's still more African than he is American. He thinks that he's more American than African because the man is jiving him and the man is brainwashing him every day, telling him, you're an American, you're an American. Man, how could you think you're an American and you haven't ever had any kind of American treat over here? You have never.
This that squad sound.
Yeah, man. What up, though? What's popping? What's going on? Very special episode of Breaking Beats. Yeah, we did a pop-up on you. Did a pop-up. Shout out to my guy Reggie O. Just sent me a text. He said, I don't see your live stream. Dang, they took the stream down already, or y'all okay, nah. Yeah. What's up? Text me. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, man. Let's see how long YouTube gonna let me talk this real stuff tonight, right? Before they try to silence me. Gotta talk about it. We gotta talk about it. Got a survey in the chat. What would the late, great Malcolm X think of the African American experience now? Not even just the African American experience, right? Because he was a global icon. Can we agree to that? So we'll talk about that as well. Yeah, this was impromptu. Didn't plan to do none of this. I was just looking around, and I was seeing that. I was like, man, nobody even really talking about it on YouTube. Nobody really was talking about the brothers today. Not too much that I saw. Maybe y'all saw more than what I did. I had a lot going on today. But I definitely would be remiss if I didn't use this opportunity and this platform to speak on it, right? We talk about everything else under the sun. Why not talk about this? So that's what I'm going to do. Use my platform responsibly. I'm gonna play the rest of this clip. This clip right here is probably one of my favorite speeches from Malcolm X. I sampled this for the song I got called "The American Way" some years ago now. One of my favorite speeches. It's about a minute left in his speech. I want you guys to hear what he says, because he said, "Hey man, he talks about 10 people sitting at a diner. If you know this speech, you'll know where I'm going with this. Let me play that, and we'll be back with some more commentary."
Eating, never. 10 men can be sitting at a table eating, dining. And I can come and sit down where they're dining. They're dining. I got a plate in front of me, but nothing is on it. Because all of us are sitting at the same table, are all of us diners?
No.
I'm not a diner until you let me dine. I become a diner. Just being at the table with others who are dining doesn't make me a diner. And this is what you got to get in your head here in this country.
Bars, yo. I love it. And that's what I think we got to focus on more too. Like infrastructure and doing for self. And I think if you ask me personally, me, Marq Nash, one of the biggest atrocities, and I spoke on this several times on this channel, one of the biggest atrocities that ever happened to the American black man and woman was being stripped of your name and your culture, knowing where you came from. See, I'm a firm believer, if you know where you came from, you know what you're capable of. Does that make sense? You said again, when you know where you came from, you know what you're capable of doing. It's no secret when you have one doctor in the family. You look around, you start having more doctors in the family. If a family has lawyers in the family, sooner or later you start having more lawyers in the family. No different from when you have a thought in the family. You start having more thoughts in the family. When you got a murderer in the family, yeah, you pass those things down. I believe that. Like, it's no secret, man. You see these guys going to prison, be right there in the same prison where their uncles, cousins, daddies, and everybody else was at. For the church say amen. All right. Shout out to everybody pulling up. Let me make sure I got these phone lines up. I do not have the phone lines open yet. I'm gonna open these phone lines up so everybody can call in. And just remembering Malcolm X. I'm gonna play a couple of little some of my favorite parts of the speeches. Read the chat, have some conversations with you guys. But like I said, man, it's this is always emotional for me. I ain't gonna lie, bro, because I'm an outspoken dude, as you guys can see, and people notice the show. And I'm like, yo, they would have killed me too. I wouldn't have made it. And it just tears my heart up that I wouldn't have made it, and nobody wouldn't have cared. Nobody would have did nothing. The world would have kept turning. And that's just how it is. Sometimes, but for some people, shout out to Les Brown, one of my favorite speeches from Les Brown. For some of you guys, the world means more than making a couple dollars. It means more than just hitting the baddest chick, driving a nice car. For some of you guys, you have greatness within you. And you can find that greatness within you. I mean, because like you said, some people gonna go to work, earn a living, and die. But some of you guys like, no, life means more to me than that. Okay, so I got the phone lines open too. Let me make sure I got both of them on the screen so you guys can call in and tell me what y'all mean. Shout out to my guy, True Gritter. What are my sound effects? I ain't even got the sound effects up. Like I said, y'all, this was a very impromptu show. And I was just looking around at certain channels I was expecting to have my little Malcolm X episode and my little Malcolm X moment. Damn, what a video is? What is it? Y'all ain't doing nothing? All right. Well, if don't nobody else do it, I'll do it. And we're going to talk about it. Let me see. Let me go back. Boom. Go to my channel. Give a couple shout outs. But I'm going to share this link out real quick. Let anybody pull up if you want to talk about it. Shout out to my guy True Gritter. He said Malcolm X, North Omaha, stand up. Absolutely.
What up?
Shout out to True Gritter.
What up?
Shawnee.
What up?
Girl behind the mic.
What up?
Detroit, BC.
What up?
My guy Cook Research Senior.
What up?
Brandon Washington. Salute.
What up?
Let me read a couple of these and I'll proceed. Shawnee said, I was on a live where they were discussing whether they should be a holiday named after Malcolm X. I thought Malcolm's mission had more meaning and significance than having a holiday. Absolutely. But still got to remember him. Why not commemorate it though, right? Still should commemorate him. I think all of us in life should have more of a mission than having a day named after us, but we should commemorate that. Absolutely. I believe we should. It should have been done a long time ago. Absolutely. Let me see. Let me go to this next this next clip. Because I wrote a couple of notes down, but I got to share this out. So bear with me, y'all, while I share this. We are live. Pull up. There we go. Shout out to my guy Reggie O with the Killer Show. What up, homie?
What's up, bro? What's happening?
Man, God is good, man. We here for a reason. Might as well do the work while we're here, right?
Absolutely. Touch on the great.
Yeah, tomorrow's not promised, man. Remembering Malcolm X today on his birthday. Brother Malcolm would have been 57 years ago. He was taken from us 57 years ago. What comes to mind when you think of Malcolm X, Rich?
Pride, strength, and the care for his people. Care for the well-being of his people, for his people to stand up, not to be meek, which was kind of the condition of Black people at one particular time before the Nation of Islam, which makes them such a significant organization when it comes to the role of Black people inside of this country. Without them, you don't have the Black Panthers, you don't have a lot of other liberation movements. Malcolm changing his life because of the nation, bringing a level of pride. Otherwise, he'll be caught up in the same shit he was caught up, which led him to prison. So without the teachings of them, unlike what you see one of the sick-minded individuals who gets on here and speaks so ill of the organization without understanding the conditions of that time and everything that these dudes were up against, like where Malcolm come from. He's dealt with seeing racism ugly hand. He grew up where fathers who mysteriously died in a very tragic and gruesome way, a mother who ended up going psychotic. So he turned to the streets, doing everything else that people that Black people are doing as they deal with the conditions inside of his country, a country that targeted them, and them not understanding what was going on with why they suffer so much. But you get this new teaching that was brought to them, and it changed their lives. Changed the lives of a lot of people. And then you get the speeches that people love to sit back and listen, and how well spoken he is, and how much his life has changed. So that's the thing people got to put in perspective. You put the time period in perspective. He ain't grew up in the 2000s, so you got to add on. When you go back in time, you add on with what kind of ill people they dealt with. We talk about people running in the stores. They probably dealt with that shit on a lot, even though it doesn't get covered like today. They dealt in some real wild times and shit, and had to be stand-up ass people, which brought great pride to Black people.
Do you think we'll ever have another Malcolm X type figure right there? Like,
yeah, I say it's possible, but I don't think people really need leaders like that. I don't think you need another Malcolm X. People need to learn how to go about their own path. You learn the lessons from those who have been before you, but I don't think people who need to be led shows that they're lost. You can have people that inspire you, but to be led, I don't know. I think people just have to break out of. They have to start understanding the history of people like Malcolm X and stuff, and learn how to guide themselves. People have to learn how to guide themselves accordingly. Like, that doesn't so much take leadership, but you can take a person that inspires you, and especially if they have where they present the examples that you can pick up pieces from. I think everything's about the lessons that you pick up from a person.
So, not to put words in your mouth, but I'm gonna just. So, are you saying it's enough teachings out there where you should be able to derive, what you should be doing? You don't have to. We don't need another quote unquote Malcolm X, is what you're saying.
Exactly, bro.
What do you think Malcolm would think of African Americans and the African American experience here in 2022? In your opinion, would he be proud?
Man, he'll be fucked up to see Black people riding in cars, gunning each other down. The way in which they dealt with rapes, but seeing the way in which young folks are raping women, seeing the kind of drugs they're on, seeing the conditions of some of them, us not owning shit like we would expect it as time moved on to have, but more of what we're seeing how much everyone's gang banging to listen to the content of music, the viciousness in which people attack each other in the music. He ain't dealt with that shit. And I'm pretty sure he would have never thought in a million years he'll hear Black people calling each other ops, talk about gunning each other down. They get in positions where they accumulate a great amount of wealth, or some people call riches, and then to ultimately fuck it off to go back in the street shit. So no, he wouldn't be happy with what he sees.
But he was a street dude at one point, though, right? They had gangs back then. They was running numbers, shooting people, killing people, raping people, going to prison. They like it's kind of like the same thing. Would you agree? Like we have not evolved enough since then, or would you say we have evolved?
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, we had gangs and we went at each other, but they fought things out. You wasn't seeing people riding in cars or this great of a division. Like even when, like I've always like speaking from an LA perspective, like in Los Angeles, you can hardly go a few city blocks before you're into some rival neighborhood and wondering if you're safe over there, having to worry about what color you wear, things like that. But yeah, it existed back then. That's the one thing people can't take away, because all you do is it's that process. Like you begin to incubate. A lot of that shit was incubated during their time period, and as it begins to spawn as time moves along, and people not paying attention. But you had those lessons, but how many people are truly paying attention back then? Because the problem I see with people ain't so much in the time period of the 70s where you start really getting the gang situation bad, was every time. The problem is with black folks always want to celebrate too much shit. Like you get what's the shit, civil rights pass, certain things like that, and we go off into celebrating, go off into partying. We done overcame, and now we can just sit back and relax and let the white man lead. He gonna do good now. And then we go off to we go off to treat each other like shit. No. It's a little funny. It's funniness to it though. But then we go back into targeting ourselves and shit, and having plays put on us, sneaking things in the black economy. Let's slip drugs up in there, divide them on this new economy, this underground economics and shit. They'll shoot each other over this shit. It's enough money to go around for everybody, but some people get so greedy they'll want to control everything and begin to gun folks down and do dirty shit. Now they'll rob each other for it. So it's that type of shit when people ain't paying attention to what's going on or the conditions put up against them. But that's because people have to be led, and they ain't intelligent enough to fucking see what's up against them.
Yeah, Reggie, that's what I'm about to say, man. Everybody isn't a shepherd. It's more sheep in this world and in this country than anything, my brother. And I always tell people, you can't feed people, you can't lead people. So and it's unfortunate. People need that dollar. They still need that dollar. But I was saying this though, man. You had just said something. I kind of lost. I need to write that down. Write this point down. But damn, man, it'll come right back to me. But you had said something in your opening. Damn, it'll come back to me. Shout out to True Gritter, my guy D-Ray, everybody pulling up. But let me ask you this: when it comes down to remembering Malcolm X, what do you think his legacy is, and to the young a kid who's 15, 16 years old? Do you think they know who Malcolm X is? Do they even care? You know, they know who Martin Luther King is because he has a day off. They get a day out of school for that. Do they care about the memory and the legacy of Malcolm X, in your opinion? Do you talk to your children about him?
I talk to mine about it because they watch me also read the book, and everybody around me know like me being pro-black, and not to the sense where I'm walking around with berets, black boots, and black suits and shit, but I take pride in just being black because of the elders I was around, and that's what brought that level of pride. A lot of these kids, they don't get taught who Malcolm X is. When I was taught who Malcolm X was and see photos, especially like him with the gun at the window and hearing how he would take shit from white folks, I love that shit and always taking pride in that. A lot of black people don't get taught that because the parents don't teach that shit. They get taught what's put in school. You hear black people crying about not having a Malcolm X day or having this taught in school. Why do it need to? Why you need a day? Just teach the shit.
We got a day for slave owners.
We don't need to celebrate that shit.
But we have it.
But who's teaching it? Look, people want shit.
I teach it, my brother. They teach it.
Yeah, how they teaching it? We've come from public schools, and how was our history taught to us? A lot of people beg for black history, and look how it was taught to us. It was taught in one of the most fucked up manners. It was taught in the manner to make kids turn about their pride in being black. It didn't make you feel good about being black, and that's the problem that you see in many. Let me use the word urban cities. A lot of black people don't take pride in themselves because of what they're taught about themselves. They don't get taught that shit at home. Like, and that's the flaw. Like, even when people talk about, to me, I think people always misspeak when they talk about, because black people do too much empowering white people. They stole our history from us and they this and that. They ain't still shit.
They beat it
We don't
out.
teach our history. We don't teach our history. We don't speak on our history. And our history is not an accumulation of just one story out of a book. Everybody has unique stories. And a lot of people don't even know their own family fucking stories. And even in this modern age, you ain't even gotta go to slave time period. You can go in the last 30 years. Majority of the youth in a family would not know the history of a family going back 30 years. Especially a young kid, if they didn't grow up with a grandparent. Say all the grandparents are dead, it's just them and their mom, or maybe they have a grandparent, but it wouldn't get past grandma. They wouldn't know who the great grandma, who probably recently died, probably a few years before they were born. They'll never get fed that history. So the history dies at grandma they may have seen.
A lot of times, those elders didn't speak of slavery. Like my grandmother didn't talk too much, and their family they didn't talk about that too much. But I want to bring it back to something you said about two things about the conditions. Those are the conditions we're raised upon. Those are the traditions that we're raised on too. Like far as we celebrate Christmas, Thanksgiving, so if we're gonna celebrate those days, I think Reggie, we got to celebrate that Malcolm X Day. Why not? I don't want to say we don't need that. Well, we got it anyway. Let's get one of these.
No. You see how you say you celebrate it? You celebrate Christmas in your home. Yeah, the country celebrates it, but when you celebrate commemorations to people, they usually get taught inside of a school setting. They have to, even Christmas don't get taught like it's supposed to. A lot of shit ain't taught.
We got a school for that though.
Yeah, so Christmas is dumbed down. A lot of shit is so dumbed down in American society. You don't really get taught shit.
The other thing, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's just you fling your arms around, celebrating, really happy just because you don't got to go to work, you don't got to go to school, but you ain't learning shit. The traditions of a lot of shit is gone. Christmas doesn't have the same traditions. It's been taken over by corporations. Everything has. I mean, everything. Nothing has a meaning to it anymore. It's just consumerism that's taken over a lot of shit, and the lessons that come from shit just aren't there.
Somebody said we don't need a Malcolm X Day. You might not need one. I want one though. I mean, we don't need a shot of tequila, but people still want one and take it, right? I mean, we didn't need days to commemorate slave owners, but we have them. They name monuments after them. The schools that you go to are named after the losers of the Civil War. Name schools after them. Courthouses, put buildings up for them. So yeah, why not? But when you had said something a while ago about, how did you say it? You said about our history, right? We
about how it's lost.
Yeah. Now, I think that's by design, my brother. Now, it's no, like, we don't know what tribes we came from. Shout out my sister girl behind the mic. She's from Zimbabwe. She knows exactly where she's from. She can speak to you, and the language that she was taught that was passed down to her parents through their parents through the next. Man, we don't even know. We got the Jones last name. We got Owens. We got Williams and Jefferson. Those. We don't know. We don't even know where our parents. Man, you can have people in the same town and find out. Look, I found out I was related to a guy I went to school with for years when I was in my senior year, and I was like, "What? We cousins?" Shout out to my guy Marq Nash. And it was to the point we found out we was cousins, but we didn't even tell everybody at school because it was like, y'all just saying y'all cousins because y'all friends. But no, I went to this project. And I told my grandma, I saw my grandma, I was like, she was like, what you doing up here? I said, I came to see you. She was like, no, you didn't. What you doing up here? I said, yeah, I came to see somebody in the projects right here. So my boy Mark. And she was like, oh, Pauline's grandson, that's your cousin. I was like, what? I'm related to Mark. She was like, yeah, Pauline, that was your people. Never knew it. 636, you want to mix? What's your name? Where you calling from, neighbor?
Yeah, I was just calling to wish everyone a happy Malcolm X Day.
Okay, this King Agent Mav, right?
Agent Meth.
Yes.
What's up, Agent Mav? Why you
Reggie?
join the panel?
Salute to everybody on the panel.
What's up?
Salute to everybody in the chat.
Talk to me. Go ahead, you got the flow. Talk to me.
Well, you know, that was pretty much it, you know.
All right, well, let me ask you a question. What would Malcolm X think of the African American experience in 2022, in your opinion?
Too much capitalism. Too many people don't subscribe to the capitalist society. They done bought into it, and now it's a divide and conquer. Not even more racism, no more classism, but the classism is dominated predominantly one race. You know what I'm saying? So it's almost hand in hand.
All right.
And then for all the people that's fighting for all the spot in between, they're in a deep space of division. You know, neither one of them, they the have-nots and the have less than not, but still want to feel they better than the next. You know, same regime, house nigga, field nigga type shit, Willie Lynch shit. He wouldn't like that. I think he'll be. I think it was time for me to check out of this shit. Because I think this thing got too far. I don't know who, if there's anyone that could be deemed a leader that can fight against this machine that just took over. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Everybody's looking for that dollar. You know, they'll strike you down to get it. You know, mislead you, like Reg was saying, as far as the African history. They can't monetize from it. It goes to the shambles. That's why it's not a Malcolm X celebrated day. How they gonna monetize from that? They ain't figured out that that'll mean more black dollars for real. But,
all right, good call, man. Well, shoot, the panel's open. You want to pull up? Click the link. Pull up. All right.
Man, I'm about to turn in. I got to be up at 5 in the morning.
Get some rest, my brother. Thanks for your time.
Sorry, yes, but let me hit the like button. I'm gonna call in, give you a call, and then I gotta be rocking and rolling early in the morning.
Well, I appreciate you. Thank you for your time and your energy. All right.
All right. Yeah. All right. Salute to everybody.
All right. God bless. All right. TFT, talk to me. What's your name? Where you from, TFT?
Terry from Texas.
Okay, Terry from Texas. Talk to me. What's up, my brother?
This is what I was saying, man. Malcolm X wouldn't have wanted no holiday. He was too humble for a holiday. He wouldn't have wanted one. Malcolm X lived within the people. And if they would have gave him a holiday, they were gonna sanitize his name. They were gonna turn him into by any means necessary, but then love white people Malcolm X. As long as he stay underground Malcolm X that he is, he can stay true to himself. Cause they not gonna put the militant Malcolm X on the screen. They're not gonna put him on the bulletin board like they did King. They ain't gonna build no monument of the militant Malcolm X, whom everyone loves. So why give him a day?
Okay.
But I think even in
hold up real quick, Rich. We got a call. Don't lose your spot. D-Ray, go ahead. Talk to me.
Hey, Marq Nash, appreciate the subject matter, man. Great content, bro.
Talk to me.
By any means necessary, y'all smash the like button, bro. Hey, you wanted you were asking people what would Malcolm think about society today and our culture, bro?
Yeah.
I think he'd be heartbroken, bro. You know what I'm saying? He was caught up in a lot of the same traps of, you know, hustling and all that little petty crime type stuff, bro. But once he was able to get his mind right, man, you know what I mean? He became a force, bro, that they had to take out, you know what I mean? Because they couldn't get him to compromise himself into anything less than the principles that he carried, bro.
Sorry about that, Terry. I muted your mic while he's talking. You had some background noise. Say that last part again, D-Ray.
No, I was just saying that, you know, he was out in the petty crime at once, you know what I mean? But when he got rid of that, you know, it was able to strengthen him. And the only way that they were able to stop him was just to cut his life short, you know what I'm saying? And then You know, and that's my thing, bro. It's not just him. You know, it's also people like Fred Hammond. You know what I mean? That was in Chicago. That was trying to help feed kids breakfast and so forth and so on. That they took out, you know, 21, 22 or whatever. You know, and then they replaced them with these gang leaders. You know what I'm saying? So now this generation is, you know, they don't want to talk about Malcolm X, bro. They want to talk about getting some gang member out of jail, bro. You know what I'm saying? But I appreciate your subject, man. Keep educating. Thank you very much, man.
Absolutely. All right, we'll come back to Reggie. He had to step away for a second. But Terry, I get what you saying. Where he, I know what he meant, Brandon. He said Fred Hammond, but I know he meant Fred Hampton. I just didn't want to cut him off to correct him. But Terry, this is what I'm saying. He might not want it a day. Somebody in the chat said, I think this is my guy, Godbody Sean. He said, Martin Luther King probably wouldn't want no day neither, but still give him a day. 469 Brandon Washington, talk to me.
What up, man? It might be a little windy. I'm outside.
We gotta be able to hear you though. We gotta be able to hear you. Say that last part.
Let me get out the booth. Tell me if you can hear me. If not, I'll call back.
I can hear you right now. Go for it.
Can you hear me?
You good? Go for it.
Okay. I didn't really catch the gist of what the brother was saying, but I caught the end of it. He said that was he talking? Did he call Larry Hoover just a gang member from Chicago? Because if he called Larry Hoover just a gang member from Chicago, then he may not understand the dynamics of who Larry Hoover is and the symbol of what he stands for. Larry Hoover is basically, it could be classified as a political prisoner. But that's for those who know. As far as Malcolm X, beautiful brother. I read the Autobiography of Malcolm X when I was in 6th grade. It inspired me to become a Muslim and inspired me to seek out Islam. So without Malcolm,
Alhamdulillah.
No me, I guess. As far as all of the goings on of him and the controversy of him and the Nation of Islam, I think that's what the government wanted.
Say that last part again. I'm sorry. Say that. You said all the what about the Nation of Islam? Say that last part again.
The chaos.
Okay, chaos. Go ahead.
Surrounding his and the Ahmad Muhammad's name. I saw the beauty shop today do a video accusing Minister Farrakhan of his murder, but he doesn't accuse the government, and we just seen that the Attorney General, the DA of Manhattan, I think his name is Cyrus Vance, he just exonerated 2 people who were convicted of killing Malcolm X, the brothers who said that they were innocent. And I didn't see the beauty shop do a video on that. The thing about the beauty shop, also, I want to say this out loud. Hey, Reg, I just ordered the beauty shop book, so we can do a book reading on.
He stepped away from. Oh,
okay. Well, I just ordered the beauty shop book, and we will be reading it out loud, and we will be reviewing and critiquing his book. If he wants to review and critique everybody else, we're going to review and critique his book.
It's probably misspellings all the way through there.
Yeah, come on, bro. We're gonna go all through this book.
Go ahead.
We're gonna see who he is.
What's his book? I can't promote that brother's book. I'm sorry. Can't promote nothing he doing.
I didn't.
No, I'm saying I can't read that shit. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm with it.
I can't read. I'll listen to y'all read.
I ordered 2 of them, but I couldn't because it was already gone. I mean, I think I got the last copy read out to Amazon, bro.
You didn't get the last copy. He only had about 2 copies up there, and those were returns. Somebody returned that shit. They was like, "Yo, I was gonna use this to keep the table propped up, but I sent it back." But go ahead.
Yeah, but that dude, but for him to hide behind Malcolm X, you could tell that he was building the character of himself because the first thing he said in the video, I watched it today that he dropped on Minister Farrakhan. He said, "I used to pretend like I liked Farrakhan because I knew how many people revered him." So that means you're a coward, you're a snake because you was pretending to be something that you're not. That just shows you the character of him. So I just wanted to come and bash him on Malcolm X because He's the
Right
snake,
on.
the fucking snake. So shout out to the struggle shop and all the
He's an
suckers over there
opportunist. He's an
listening to us.
opportunist, bro. He's even on record as saying, I'm an opportunist. That's what he is.
I
He a
thought
whole ass motherfucker is what he
He's
is.
an opportunist. So he's even on record saying,
I
hey, I
want to
do
tell
this.
everybody who listens to my voice, all y'all who listen to that sucker on the struggle shop, y'all should question yourselves because y'all uphold that bullshit. And I said that whoever don't like it, you know where to find me at. Blame Marq Nash. No,
Oh, yeah. Hey, if they don't like it, they can hold this. Hey, look, if they don't like it, they can just hold this. Respectfully, though. Respectfully.
Real talk. But yeah, man, I thank y'all for doing this show. I'm gonna jump on the panel tonight. I'm just gonna get everything going.
Yeah,
and
man.
I promise I'm gonna jump on the panel and we can do everything Malcolm tonight.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
let's do it.
Absolutely.
I'm with whatever.
Positive
Thank
vibes.
you, thank you, Reg. Keep your foot on that sucker neck because we all supporting it, and we're gonna start the next phase of putting our foot in his ass. Because I'm finna find out who he really is.
He might like that, though. He might like.
No, it's fucking with him. He don't like that shit. It's fucking with him, and that's
absurd.
Nah, it's fucking with him mentally because that shows you the pussy in him because he rather be able to tear someone down, tear down historic figures who are dead, but then he got an issue when people are coming at him, and I like that it's affecting his stupid ass. He a hoe.
But that's somebody who's mentally and emotionally weak, bro. And like he said, but he did say though, I told you, I don't think he believes half this shit. I think he does what he said he doing. Hey, he does salation. How you say salation? Salation. How you say salacious?
Salationalism.
Salationalism. Yeah. And he says things. He puts contradictory titles out and things like that just to get under people's nerves, and get on your skin and to get you in the room just to agree or disagree. But it's okay. But pull up, Brandon. I got my girl behind the mic here, and you can call right back in.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank y'all.
And this is a real author right here, girl behind the mic. Peace to you, Queen. How you doing, my sister? What up, though?
What up? What's up? No pressure on my end. No pressure. Shout out Marq Nash, everyone in the chat, everyone on the panel. Reggie,
we needed this one tonight, right, sis?
What's up, sis?
We needed this topic right here, right?
Yes. It's good to talk about things like this. It really is healthy. Do we need a Malcolm X Day? Honestly, I'm with the general consensus. I don't think it will hurt to have a Malcolm X Day. We have an MLK Day. So, I mean, if you get a Malcolm X Day, it's going to be like an MLK Day. No one gets off on MLK. But it's a day, you know? But I think the most important thing, like you all were saying, I think Reggie was saying, like how, you don't get taught Christmas in school. So perhaps just keeping the light or the flame of fire at home, teaching the children. I mean, we all know that, most of us know that there was a strategic purpose for there not to be a Malcolm X Day because of his ideology, because of the profound strength of his ideology. And it's not to say Malcolm X wasn't a powerful person, but with Malcolm X ideology, it had a deep, profound empowerment, kind of like F everybody, Black power to the 100th power. To me, is the way I perceive it. It's got nothing to do with the, what they would want to say violence. I think he was just right. Like, why, to me, he didn't hold back anything. Why cradle the way we're being treated when we need to stand in our truth as Black people? And if it has to be met with resistance, it's going to be met with resistance. I mean, yeah. But to me, that's the reason why I see why they never had a Malcolm X Day. Because if we birth that ideology, if we praise that day, we're going to reignite and empower the flame in people that we're trying to subjugate or keep in a dorsal or dominance level. So therefore, we'll teach the propaganda, we will teach the teachings of there will be a day that Black children will hang around with white children. But before that day comes, have we spoken about everything else? And this is no disrespect to MLK, because I like him too. And I understand where he was caught up in.
What you like about MLK?
I'm sorry? What?
Go ahead. Finish your opening
Wait,
statement.
what did he say?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The opening
No,
bars.
that's it.
Okay.
That was it.
His question was, what did you like about MLK?
I believe that MLK, like most leaders and most things, start off with great intentions. I believe that he was really passionate about the freedom of Black people and the empowerment of Black people. But I believe somewhere along the lines got blurry. And I don't think it was his fault. I don't think he foresaw that coming. I think by the time he realized that he had semi-led Black people into a burning building, it was kind of not too late, but I mean, right around the corner, he died after that without rectifying what he thought he was doing, you know. And I'm talking about his political affiliations that ended up coming out of it. And once you start to cross those lines, it's a fine line, because then it's like, I don't know how to say it, but this way, but who are you pandering to at that point in time? So I only want to say it with respect, because I don't think he went in there saying, I'm going to sell out Black people to the highest bidder. I think he had all the intentions. He just caught up, like most people do when you get that powerful and high, and your voice has to get curated by someone. So.
All right, real quick, I got my guy. Is this Aon Jet or Rich Ray? I'm sorry, you got an alias. Let me see.
This is your brother.
Talk to me, Rich.
This is your brother, Marq Nash. Thank you for letting me on the show, bro. I appreciate it. How are you?
I wouldn't have it no other way, man. We got to build. Talk to me.
Hey, and by the way, how was your trip to Jamaica? I saw some of your photos. It looked beautiful.
It looked like you got some ass on the screen right here. Yeah, I saw a bunch of that around there in Jamaica. I had a good time in Jamaica. No, it's all love. The food, man, what type, man? The resort I was at had about 8 restaurants. I had 7 of them in 5 days. So the only reason I didn't eat it is because I didn't want to eat there. I just went there just to try the appetizer out, took a picture of it. If I wasn't such a fat boy, I'll post up all the pictures that I got. But fat person can't just keep posting food all day. People will pick on you. They be like, "That's why you're fat." So, but I took them pictures though. When I lose this weight, I'm gonna post all the pictures. But talk to me.
It's too easy, bro. It's too easy for you to get up and say, bro, just put yourself in front.
Say that again.
Bag. It'll come right off.
You're right.
You put yourself in front of the heavy bag.
Every time I do this show, because I eat late at night when I do these shows. Yeah, that late night.
You get off the show, eat a little bit more, and then do some push-ups or turn it into muscle. It ain't no thing, baby. It's nothing.
All right. Well, it sound good. It sound good in theory. I'm gonna try. Me and Reggie got a bet where Reggie and I
started posting videos of me doing like pull-ups and 50 push-ups and stuff like that. I just continually work, and since I continually work, I keep my body fast.
Okay, well, my brother, you better than me. Congratulations. Let's talk about Malcolm X. Damn, making me feel
wrong with the show.
But no, come to your spot. But now, talk to me, man. What do you think Malcolm X would think about the African American experience in 2022?
Honestly, I have an idea, but I really feel he would be disappointed.
You sound low now. You're getting low. You're getting low, bro. Speak up, please. Yeah, you just sound a little low. Just speak up. Just there you go. Perfect.
No problem. So I feel that he would possibly be disappointed at certain things and then probably inspired by others. We've done a lot of things in the world, right? You got world champions, you got people who have came from the dirt, worked their way all the way up. So, there's more millionaires and billionaires than there's ever been before, from our country anyway. These things go on in Africa all the time. So, success, I'm sure he would be happy with some of the stuff, but he would be more focused on us as a whole group and not just individual.
Hey, Jack, I don't know what's going on with you. I mean, Rich Ray, your audio is chopping real bad. Beam out and beam back in, okay? Please. I need to hear that. Troy Graham, talk to me. Okay, they said it is choppy. It wasn't me. Shout out to C. Jones, Deuce. somebody said, hey, they didn't get a notification. This was a pop-up, but you'll get notifications. Like, start leaving comments on like videos already posted, and that's when YouTube will start giving you the notifications. They won't keep giving you notifications if they don't see you always engaging with the show. So leave comments on the videos, click the like button. Once you're doing that, they'll realize, oh, you like this show, we'll start pushing those notifications towards you more. But Troy Graham, talk to me. What do you think Malcolm X will think of the African American experience in 2022? And also, it's good to talk to you, Troy. I was in your town. I was in your home country, Jamaica, for a week last week. I'm back here, and good to talk to you, Troy. What do you think of this topic?
A good topic. As far as the question, I wish I could give you an honest answer. I mean, you probably would just think that we have to got a lot of work to do. Even though we move forward, we still way behind. So I just think he would think we have a lot of work to do, right? And coming up, I was always taught in school, Martin was the good guy, Malcolm was the bad guy. As I got older, I started to do my own reading and research. I got a son that I named Malcolm X. That's his name, Malcolm X, right?
Really? Your son?
Yes, Malcolm X Graham. That's his name.
Wow.
Yeah, so I named one of my sons after him, and I learned to respect both men, because I know for a fact that I don't have the strength to sacrifice that much of myself to like do all the things that they did. But the more you research into them and actually start talking to people who were around them and actually know them, like John Henry Clark was a good friend of Malcolm X. So if you read a lot of his stuff, you get a lot of information. You find out a little bit more of the man. And now with Martin, it was a little different. He had a mentor named E.D. Nixon, who was 100% pro-black and was one of the grandfathers of the civil rights movement. But
what was his name? I'm sorry.
E.D. Nixon.
Okay.
He was a train porter, and they pushed him out of the movement because they claimed he was too black. He didn't want to work with whites at all. He wanted to build from within. And at that time, they weren't thinking like that. Even though he's the one that got Martin out the church, he was responsible for Selma and a whole bunch of other things, right? Back to Malcolm, they kind of painted him very wrong. He wasn't this guy that hated white people and all that. What he wanted, he didn't hate them. He just simply said, how could we possibly love you and all that when you treat us like dogs, and then you turn around and you say that we're the violent ones? You the one turning the hoses on us. You the ones beating us. And then when we fire back at you, we're violent? No. That's not true. That's a game that you're playing. And he always said to never trust the media. Never, ever, ever trust the media, because they'll paint the picture in a certain way. He was the one that saw something in a guy by the name of Cassius Clay. And he got him in the nation because, in all honesty, they actually thought Cassius was a clown.
Just let him finish, Brandon, and then you can retort. Go ahead, Troy. Finish your opening statement.
Oh, God. You know what? I'm gonna finish, because every single time I open my mouth, this dude wants to jump
just
down.
let it go. Come on, just continue your point.
It's all love. It's all positive tonight, y'all. It's
okay, cool. So you know what? I'm gonna finish with that.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna finish with that, man. This dude is sickening.
No. It's all good. It's all love. Go ahead, Brandon Washington. Matter of fact, and Rich Ray, and then we're gonna let Rich Ray do a mic check. And then he's back. Go ahead.
No. I don't want to become a nuisance to you, Troy. But the same way you feel about the way I pull up is the same way a lot of people can say about you. So please tolerate me the way.
Damn, about a lot of people.
Let's move past it. Fuck it. Just hate each other. Let's go.
I'm gonna keep it positive.
I hate Troy. I just want to keep it positive.
So there's 100% out of 100%. Every time I come on, you jumping down my throat. You talking about a lot of people. Be a man and stand on your own, or shut the hell up.
I got it. Let me say this.
Let's move forward. No problem.
Let's move forward. Brandon, let's move forward.
Okay.
Let's move forward. Go for it.
Okay. I just want to say,
but that's Brandon though. Brandon don't call in unless he got a retort. Like I used to pick on Brandon. I'm like, Brandon, you only call in when you say, Mark, you wrong. Like, but it's all love, man. I promise it's all love on this side, especially on this episode. We got to be positive on this one. All right, gang. So, I can't even say gang because I don't want to get hit with no Rico.
Please don't say gang gang. No Rico.
Yeah.
No Rico. No gang gang. I am not gang gang. I do not gang bang.
Yeah, brothers and sisters, right? So, go ahead, Brandon. You said Troy was might have been incorrect. It sounds
he was all incorrect because he believed Malcolm X did not bring Muhammad Ali into the Nation of Islam.
That's correct.
Muhammad Ali was studying the teachings of the Most High Muhammad off and on by himself, and he was really brought into the Nation of Islam by one of our great ministers, but he was Captain Sam. We know him as Rahman Muhammad, one of our greatest ministers. He brought him into the Nation of Islam as far as formally like bringing him in where he got registered and that type of thing. Malcolm was one of the national spokesmen. He was the minister of Mosque number 7, which basically he was one of the spokesmen. So he was one of the people out front that you would see. And that's why it is assumed that he brought him into the Nation of Islam, but he did not.
Okay. Fair enough. Rich Ray, talk to me. How your mic sound, man?
Hopefully it's sounding well. Can you hear me?
It's about the same.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
Yeah, it's still choppy, but go ahead. We will try to tolerate it. Go ahead. Just try to keep your.
I appreciate it. Definitely, I appreciate it. I am calling from all the way on the other side of the world, so that could be why our connection is so bad. But definitely, what I want to say to everyone, I hope everyone is good. You know, we got way too many people who want to see us come down, even some of our own folk, for us to be fighting each other. We need to figure out why we're all listening to this show at this time, and then try to work towards whatever goal that it may be. Fuck all the bullshit.
Couldn't agree more, bro. It's about especially a topic like this. It's definitely about unity, and I think that's what's missing amongst us. Girl behind the mic, would you agree, Reg? Talk to me. We lack unity. In the American African American person here, the Black experience. I've heard people say where your experience is not the same as ours, girl behind the mic. Being you're a first generation. Actually, no, you're an immigrant. So your children will be first immigrant, and they would treat her different. She tells her story about like, yo, when I first came to America, yo, I was so happy. I was like, yo, this is gonna be dope. And then you realize, oh, they picking on me. They don't like my accent. They judging me. People treat me different. And then
yes, Deuce, FBA. Just kidding. Go ahead, Mark. Just kidding.
Go ahead. You got the floor.
FBA. Sorry, girl behind the mic.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you cutting off and you got a bad audio too, Brandon. What you say, Brandon?
I said she brought up FBA, and I hate that Tariq Nasheed has used that as a point of division between Black people throughout the diaspora. I hate that, man. It's dumb and it's divisive.
Thank you.
Dumb and it's fucking divisive, and we need to stay away from that kind of rhetoric because that's the shit that get us slaughtered in mass by thinking we different from somebody else, but they target us all based on what we look like. So that Tariq Nasheed shit is stupid, and he's an opportunist as well. And we should stop listening to foolishness like that. If it's not productive and sound, that's gonna lead us all to where we need to go. And if it's a waste of time and division. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry.
I agree with you on that, Brandon, because he also pushes a lot of that bullshit about supremacy for suckers. But go ahead.
No, it's okay. No, that's it. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm just joshing with Deuce, who talked about girl behind the mic can't say anything. She's anti-FBA. Well, listen,
really? Said that? Want me to kick him out of the classroom?
No, because every moment is a learning opportunity. There are people that listen to that. And I agree with Brandon and Reggie. And that's what my sentiment has always been about people like Tariq Nasheed, because the problem in the Black community globally is we migrate so much in creating these little subgroups that don't mean anything and that just further divide us. When in reality, we all have one skin. Whether you come from you're an Australian Aborigine, they're called Negroes there too. They're called niggers there too. So whether they come here, they're
And you know,
going
I
to
just
be.
learned that last year, right?
They are called. That's
We did a show and I had a guy up here from Australia, and I was like,
Mhm.
"Is it black folks there?" And he was like, yeah. And then his teeth was so messed up. I was like, "Dude, they got dentists there?" No, I'm joking. But yeah,
yeah. So no, I was, and I always like to like that. So and I don't listen. You want to listen to people like that? That's fine because everybody has to go somewhere. But all I ever tell people is do your own research because some of these things are aimed to further divide than put together. We are a targeted people globally. That's the first thing people have to understand.
we target
That's
each other too. Is that fair?
that's fair too.
No,
That's
no,
fair
that's
too.
not. No, no, but that's another
No,
conversation.
it's fair,
Stop.
Brandon.
That's,
It's fair, Brandon.
no,
Brandon, hold up, Brandon. No, Brandon, I'll let you
the
reply.
slaughter
Let her,
of
Brandon,
ourselves.
let her finish with
You're
her
right.
experience. And yeah,
I'm
let
sorry.
her
This is
finish.
my
Because
conversation.
she
You're
said,
right.
yeah,
I get fired up about it.
and
Mark,
we can have a
y'all got to pardon me, man.
It's all good. You passionate, my brother, and keep that passion. Keep that passion. My sister, but I'm asking you though, like, and the reason why I said though, because I was always told, I don't believe it, but I was always said, the Africans in America don't like y'all African Americans, and I was told the Africans that come here are told that black folks in America don't like y'all neither. So it's always somebody trying to divide us. But go ahead, girl behind the mic. You say you think we are divided against each other as well.
Well, it's an international phenomenon with the black skin. And here's the thing. That was like I've said to people because I heard that too when I came here. I didn't know that that was a thing. And it's obviously a rumor that stemmed from somewhere. But what I've always challenged a lot of people that I come into touch with is which African told you that? Because Africa is a continent, right? But I just wanted to put in a nutshell the whole FBA thing. Here's the thing that tickles my fancy when I hear people like Tariq talk about FBA. I'm married to an African American. I might not be foundationally Black American, but if he and I had children, what are my children? You're going to tell me that, oh, my children don't have a right to be Black Americans because I'm not? That's why I'm like, people really need to step back, think about these things just a little bit. And the other thing I think it's like people create groups out of nothingness of fear that's not there. Because the rhetoric he spews is because they don't like us, but who doesn't like you? He spews vitriol and poison and toxic who? Little do people know, and that's why I don't take it personal, only because I've had the privilege to be in other countries, other continents. And if Black people, not all Black Americans, but Black people in America travel to Europe, I've been to Italy, we traveled in Africa. So if Black people had that liberty, and not all Black Americans, because they travel, I'm just saying your perspective will be different. You will realize there's some places that like you, and there's some places that will treat you like a Black person. So it doesn't matter if you are Brazilian, Afro-Brazilian. You could go somewhere. The Afro-Brazilian who is treated like top tier in Brazil, they could come here and they'll realize real quick, like I did, that you are a nigga. So, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I always say, listen to the rhetoric. There's nobody, when it comes to Black skin globally, there's no one that's priority. There's no one that's better. Now, if you come from a place like, I can only say my experience in Zimbabwe where you knew and you grow up and you don't see a thing called supremacy or white power or anything like that, then you just figure it's just, Black people, you see. But when you come to the West, it's particularly America where it's gung-ho on Black and white, but then because America has a horrible history that pertains to the enslavement and horrid acts on Black people in America at the time. So race is like the number one currency in America, if you ask me.
Go ahead, Brandon. I know you was trying to get in. Go ahead.
Yeah. What I was saying is, what I don't like is when we're talking, and this is the thing that kept coming up on Reggie's show too after the what happened in Buffalo.
Why is it that when we get hurt or somebody do something to us, the first thing that comes out our mouth, we don't even let the situation pass after one day? First thing, what about black on black crimes? That's not the point. Stop talking about that when we talking about other people slaughtering us. And I'm gonna give you an example. Asian man just shot up an Asian church. I didn't hear one thing about Asian. Where's the Asian on Asian crime? It was just a crime. It wasn't Asian on Asian, but they always want to magnify to put something, spin it when we talking about people harming us. That's the thing that I. That's the thing. That's why I jumped in because man, when we having a conversation about people hurting us or how we mistreated, that's where we need to keep it. And then if we're gonna have a conversation about why we hurt each other, then that's a separate conversation. But just because we hurt each other doesn't mean that that gives other people a license to hurt us. So that's where I was coming from when I say that.
I agree with you 1,000,000%. I pass the mic briefly, and I'll keep it under 30 seconds. Crime is relative, right? If you go to, like you said, Brandon, if you go to Vietnam, guess who's doing most of the crime in Vietnam? It ain't the niggas. It's the other Vietnamese people. If you go to Russia, it's more Russians doing crime, and they look like white folks. Their jails are full of, it ain't just all black folks going to jail over there. People commit crime within proximity. They kill you. Like you hurt the people that look the most like you, and most crime is crime of convenience. I don't have no money. You got some money, and you live next door. We about to break into your house. But go ahead, Reg, and we go back to Troy and Rich Ray passing it around. Go ahead, Reg.
Yeah, I want to go back to an earlier statement about that was made about they wouldn't accept the militant, what was painted as the militant Malcolm X, and I think the white world was very intrigued because a lot of what we got to know from Malcolm X was during speeches and debates that he had at white universities or in front of white audiences. I think white folks are always intrigued by intellectual black folks, especially when they're unapologetic. I mean, there's nothing you can do with an unapologetic intellectual black dude, especially when he exudes confidence. Even your greatest adversary has to admire that shit. And I think white folks admire that shit. On one end, some white folks fear that shit. And it's necessary sometimes to have white folks to fear that shit. To fear an intellectual who stands on his feet and ain't gonna turn the other cheek to you. But that doesn't state that there's a necessity to have a day celebrated. We look at the Martin Luther King holiday. You go to Martin Luther King parade in many of the cities, and this is how much we have lost way. It ain't so much of just celebrating the day. It's about properly teaching the history and respect of the people. You hear what's the going joke inside a black community? You want to know where the hood is? Ride down to Martin Luther King Boulevard. Yeah, you go to a Martin Luther King parade. You gotta worry about it being shot up. Nobody takes pride in who these individuals are. And it ain't so much just with white society, it's our society. With black folks. Black folks gotta take initiative upon themselves to teach shit. We don't get taught a lot of shit. We can go through the stories, and I mean many people in here, they ain't switching it up and going into their newfound set of pride. When we inside of our homes, how many of us are being sat down? How many people walking over checking our damn homework? Or were we going outside to play on school days? And that becomes the problem. That becomes the issue with the conditioning inside our neighborhoods. You overcome that shit when you discipline. That's what I was saying the other day. A lot of people don't tell kids to sit the fuck down. These kids hyper as fuck. And when you hyper as fuck, what can you teach a kid? And then you see as these kids grow into adulthood, you begin to see why some adults stay in the club every single goddamn weekend. Like they don't get enough of it. It's child's play. But go ahead, I'll pass it.
Go ahead, Troy. And then we're going to go back to Rich Ray. Your mic muted, Troy. There you go.
Yeah, I got it. I don't have too much to say, man. I pretty much, I agree with what most everybody was saying. But when you say have a Malcolm X Day and a Martin Day,
let's do it.
I just think it should be more proactive.
Hey, look, Troy. Then they're gonna have these Malcolm X cookouts. Rent-A-Center gonna give you we cutting the prices twice. for the X, slashing the prices that way, slashing the prices that way. Come get your one slice toaster from Renter Center.
I
Pay
wasn't thinking
$12 a
that.
month for 3 years.
I was thinking they should play the movies like Spike Lee did a movie. They should play like the documentaries that actually mean something, that could give you some detail as to who these men are, right? And that'll let you know. There's even a Martin Luther King cartoon that's out actually. At least it was a while back. You have to buy it now. I actually bought it for my grandchildren a while back.
Hold on. They had a Martin Luther King cartoon.
Go on Amazon. Yeah, go on
What
eBay.
the hell was he doing on that shit?
Huh?
What the hell was he doing on that?
It was a time travel thing, I think, where these kids time traveled back about and met Martin Luther King and all that
Talking
stuff.
about the Boondocks episode they did?
No, man.
That's the Boondocks episode.
No. Just go
Carmen
ahead and look
San Diego.
That nigga said Carmen San Diego.
No. None of that. It was an actual Martin Luther King cartoon. It started out as a book, I believe, but go ahead and, matter of fact, go to YouTube, you can find it.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I
try to
think that's
find
where
right
it
now.
started. I think that's where I found it. And I bought a copy for my grandkids and all that. But that's where you start. You start with stuff like that. You just like you put stuff on TV that'll pass on the information and stuff like that during that day. And you have the people that actually knew him speak, people with names that actually knew him speak and all that, and go from there. And because as we get older, as time passes, Malcolm and Martin, these names are going to fade to dust, and no one's going to care who they are.
Exactly. But that's why you got to have a day to commemorate it, bro, and lock it into the nation's history, in my opinion.
Well, I got a son. I got a son named X. I got a son named Garvey, and
that's dope.
And I would have named my son Martin.
My kids' names, man.
I would have named my son Martin, but the mom was like, "That's enough. That's enough with your revolution." Yeah, because that was my next goal.
My next son gonna be named Rashad, nigga.
Nah.
Kevin. What was the name of the next son when she said?
Well, honestly, I was either gonna name the next one Martin Luther Graham, honestly. And she said no to that. That sounds crazy. And I got pissed and I said, okay, name him, Nat Turner Graham. We'll call it even. And she just named it whatever she wanted to name him. So yeah. His name's Christopher.
I know. I know. I passed the mic after this.
So she went after Columbus.
Right. Hey, D-Ray, we had a call too. I missed the call. I'm gonna call him right back. I knew a dude when I was doing collections. Y'all know I used to be your boy Marq Nash used to be a bill collector at one point in my life, right? Yeah, I was calling people about them payments. And I had a guy, one of the customers, his name was Sir Mr., which was interesting to me. Like his name was SIR, middle name Mr. Actually, no, it was all one thing. It was like Sir Mr. was his first name. So you got to call him Sir and Mr. Jones or Sir Mr. Shawnery, Sir Mr. Graham, Sir Mr. O. And I was like, what? I was like, man, that's your name for real? He's like, yeah, man. My mama wanted people to respect me. She wanted people the first thing they had to say, call me was Sir or either call me Mr. And I thought that was interesting, yo. Go ahead, my guy. Let's go. Go ahead, Jack. I mean, Rich Ray.
Yeah, for sure. I think everybody is pretty much going towards the same kind of way on down the road. And I really feel it just has to be all about inclusivity, working together, unity. One thing I can say from traveling, I heard her name is Girl on the Mic. Is that correct, Mark?
Yeah, her name Girl Behind the Mic. Go ahead.
Girl Behind the Mic. Okay, Girl Behind the Mic. She said that she is an American, but also from Zimbabwe, right? And we're all Americans, but we all come from somewhere. We're not all indigenous to this land and this land mass. And one thing that we have to understand, because I have friends who come from different parts of Africa, different, principalities in Africa. So I have friends who come from, Nigeria, for example. But even inside of Nigeria, there's, you know, so many different tribes and groups that they're all kind of separated in their own ways, and they all have war with each other. You understand? So some of us as African Americans might belong to Igbo people. Some of us might belong to Yoruba people. And some of the people who sold us might belong to Benin.
Take it off speakerphone, bro. If you on speakerphone, take it off speaker. Or if you on Bluetooth, take it off. Like, it's chopping really bad. And all we got is
it could be the outside influence. Yeah, I'm literally in farmland right now. So you probably are hearing a tractor that's going off behind me.
At first until I told you to speak up and you changed something. It was just low. So we'll go back to it just being low, and I'll try to turn it up. But yeah, whatever you did when
you can hear everything.
Yeah, it was just low. But
yeah, I'm calling from the farm right now. So it's the tractor that's going on. Okay, I'll put in my headphones.
Google Voice number. Try to call in. Use the Google Voice. Can you call Google? Use the Google Voice number. It's a Google number. Can you do that?
But yeah. Let me jump in right quick.
Go ahead, Brandon.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Brandon. Yeah, I mean, y'all know I fuck with homie too, heavy, but I can't do the bad audio. Like, if we ain't got good, it's a podcast. We ain't got good audio. We ain't got nothing. So right. I'm sorry about that. And if my audio start chopping up, please let me know as well. But go ahead, Brandon.
I want to say this because I've seen this going on in the chat, and I want to dispel this rumor for a lot of ignorant people. Ignorant only means that we don't know. So please don't take that as a slight. When people keep talking about the Africans enslaved other Africans, that is not true. They did not sell us into slavery. There was no such thing on the continent of Africa called chattel slavery, where your descendants were born into slavery. There was no time on the continent treated like animals and were basically subjected to less than human beings. Well, we don't recognize what chattel slavery did to us. They didn't want us to have a thought and light inside our minds. They wanted us to be less than human. I read a quote the other day. I think a mayor in Maine said that black people in America are what you would call outdated agriculture equipment. That's what he called us, outdated agriculture equipment. A mayor in Maine. I forget his name, but I read that and that blew my mind. I was like, damn. We outdated agriculture equipment. Whoa. But what we need to understand is that's a way for most suspected white supremacists or people who want to blame, they want to take the blame off white people for what they did to black people here and throughout the diaspora for their wickedness. So when I read that in the chat, mainly from Con Connery, you are incorrect, Sean Connery. They did not sell us into slavery. They didn't know what they were. They just knew that these white men wanted bodies into them. We were, I guess we were at war. That's like the Germans and the America. But right now, they're not at war now, and America's not bombing Germany. So please stop using that analogy because it is not true. They did not know where they were selling us into, and they did not understand that they were participating in the actual slave trade, and they did not know that we were here until damn near the 1900s. So I just dispelled that little talking point that you used. Please stop using that. Africans did not sell other Africans into chattel slavery. That was not a practice. That's a creation of the wicked white man here.
All right, let's go back to Rich Ray. How the audio sound now, Rich?
You gotta let me know. Am I clear? Can you hear me?
Same shit, bro. They don't want you. They don't want the black man to talk in Thailand.
No, I'm just, I'm gonna go back into the chat. I'm just gonna say one thing. The brother who was just speaking right now is 100% factual when he says that the folks who encountered the Portuguese when they first landed encountered, some of these tribes. Benin is one of those tribes in which encountered the Portuguese. If you do some research, you look up the Kingdom of Benin, then you'll start to find some research on that end. But that was the port of shipping, one of the very many ports of shipping for many of us to land in this destination called the continental United States, and then also the Americas, because you got Cubans, you got Jamaicans, you got Venezuelans, you got pretty much everybody except for like Argentina, all the way up and down the Americas. They all came out of the same shipping ports, right? So you got cousins or relatives in all these different various places. Jamaica as well. You'll see a lot of Jamaicans who look exactly like the folk that is walking around the streets of South Central or New York City or whatever, because we're all the same folk. You know what I'm saying? We just don't know it. And the most important thing is for us to understand that, yes, maybe, even the white man who bought black people from the west coast of Africa at that time, the Gold Coast, they had no idea what America was going to become. They wasn't thinking like that. They was like, yo, I've been starving since I was a child in Europe after the plagues and everything else. So now I'm getting this money. I'm just about to get this money. And then they died. Those dudes didn't live that long. So they had no idea what was going to transpire, how it was going to matriculate into bigger and better things, or worse things for that matter. They were just trying to put some food in their belly. And the only way they knew how was to ship cargo. And so once we understand that, you can trip off the small stuff if you want to, but you got to look at the bigger picture, I think.
Absolutely, man. Appreciate you, man. I need more of that content, man. I got to figure out a way to get you on the show with the good audio. But thank you so much, bro. God bless you.
All day,
every day. Anybody want to respond and react to that before I say something? Okay. Well, I'll say this. I remember when I was in college and I took African American history, and in college, and I thank God for this professor, man. Her name was Christy, Professor Christy Graham. Actually, I think her last name was Graham, if I'm not mistaken. But we just called her Dr. Christy all the time. But she was so cool, Troy, and she spoke of that often. She was like, "Look, indentured servitude been going on since the beginning of time," but she was like, chattel slavery, America put that patent. America kept it going even when the rest of the world said no, this is wrong. And even then, they had a civil war. And that was a whole big deal when people was like, "Yo, civil war wasn't about slavery." Yes and no. It was about property and voting in Congress, because first of all, you had to have property to vote. We all know that you had to have some kind of property, right? It was only. Look, the whole Constitution was for white men. White men in America are the only people that didn't have to get an amendment for their rights. Can we all agree to that? Yes, no?
That's a fact, Mark. You preaching. Come on with it. You know it's a touchy subject, though. Remember what happened when we started talking about Abraham?
Look, I told y'all, hey, Brandon, my goal is every show we're going to get new subscribers, but we're going to get some people to unsubscribe. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not for everybody. But she said America's the only place where white men, not the only place, but she said the white men in America are the only people who had to fight, who didn't have to get an amendment to get rights. But she said chattel slavery, though, is different from indentured servitude, where we literally treat you like cattle, like an animal, like you don't have anything. And when they were sending people over, they thought they just sending people over to work for a little bit. Hey, I'm gonna let my people go over there work. You're gonna pay me to send some workers over there, blah, blah, blah. We didn't know y'all was beating, raping, and torturing. Like you was,
breeding us like animals, having us commit incest, selling our families away. That's what the white people did here. So no, they didn't know that was happening. And we need to really talk about what they did. As a matter of fact, whoever's in Baltimore, that was one of the largest, Baltimore area, one of the largest slave breeding areas in the whole world. And they would make a mother have sex with her son. If they wanted that breed, we were dogs to them. So whatever breed they wanted to make, they made it. So that's why we are the way we are. We were bred like this. We were like pit bulls, and we were like German shepherds to them. That's why they love dogs and crossbreed. That's why when they see us, they look at us and say, "Look at you. You're a big, strong, strapping boy." That's why when they take us to these, they see how fast we can run. They look in our mouths, see if all our teeth there. They ask us about our psyche. They have us take tests, and then they put us in little clothes. They get us naked and inspect our whole bodies. They take our blood, and they say, "Oh, you ready to compete?" And if you don't make it through this this process, then you're not deemed ready to play in their games. What we also have to recognize is this is psychological warfare, and the job is still being done on us every day. If you're able to tell me that I'm looking for the people who enslaved my people historically, mistreat my people historically, kill and marginalize most of the black leaders and the black organizations that try to help uplift their people, and it's all sanctioned by the U.S. government. And I'm supposed to have faith in these people and think that they're gonna have justice and do right by me just because out of the goodness of their heart. No, I don't believe that. That's why I told Reggie the other day, Reg, me and you get into this all the time. We're at war. We just don't realize we the targets. We can pretend, but they know that they're at war, because when they come to hurt us, they come with a plan and military fatigues with military weapons. And they come prepared and trained, and they leave nothing up to chance. So when they do something to us, we can act like it's just a mental problem where you just willy-nilly flip out. You don't strategically plan every second, every minute. Where do you buy the best? Where do you do this? This is the type of behavior that happens to us in America. So when people are saying America is the land of milk and honey, it is. Two things can be true. America can be the greatest country economically, even by laws, but compared to what? If you comparing it to the utopia that America puts out as though they're around the world helping everybody, then we know that's a bullshit, hypocritical lie. But if you comparing America to fucking Haiti, then of course it's better. So the comparison is relative. I'll give you a quote. This is one of Malcolm X's famous quotes. He said, "If you stab me in my back and you pull the knife out, is that progress?"
Yeah, hold on. Let me add to it.
If you pull the knife out 6 inches, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You stab the knife 6 inches and you pull it out 4 inches or 2.
Is that progress?
Yeah.
No. Progress is when you pull the knife out completely and clean my wound up and stitch it up for me to heal. That's progress. So when we look at progress, we should look at it from a different sight and see what exactly we're looking at. I believe we're dealing with people who hate us, who inherently hate us, and when they get upset, they act out and show us they hate us. And since they feel like that, then we should do things to protect ourselves as a people. We should suspect these people when we see them out in our community. We should look at them crazy, like, what are they doing here? Are they here to harm me? Are they here to harm us? When we out and about, when I'm driving in my car, when I see these people, when they talking to me, why are you talking to me? What is it that you're talking to me about? I suspect
Brandon, I'm sorry not to cut you off. You saw
that's a fact. That's my boy. All right. I'm gonna be quiet. All right.
You going overboard
when I see
with it,
white
Brandon.
folks talking to me. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Reg. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you going overboard with it, because not every white person is your damn enemy, and not every person you come in contact is part of this war.
I didn't say every.
But this war is identified to particular people with particular mindsets. The same war we deal with our own people, are particular people with a different mindset. We just got to deal with the conditions.
Speak on
it. Go ahead. Say it again. Say it.
You saying it, Reg? How do you tell the difference between? How do you differentiate? Because they all look the same. So how do you differentiate who good and who bad?
You got to be able to read people. You have to. Everybody ain't an enemy. Unless you want to take out innocent motherfuckers, because you assume shit or you're paranoid.
So is it better? Would I be safer to tell my people to assume, to suspect them all? They may not all be that, but I should have my radar up at all times, being around them, because they are historically known for hurting people that look like me. So I wouldn't be wrong for suspecting them all. I'm just suspecting them. I'm not accusing nobody of nothing.
Let's talk about historically. Let's talk about
historically
historically, because historically we have had white folks that stood on the side of black folks through the most atrocious time in this time period. You got to identify who is friend and who is foe. Regardless, it's the way war works.
We have no friends.
Hold on, I got it, Brandon.
We got
Question
friends,
still on
bro.
the docket, though, Reggie. How do you differentiate?
Wait, say that again.
The question is still on the docket. How do you differentiate, Reggie? That was this question.
The way you differentiate anything. How do you differentiate if you in a relationship and it's love or it's faith? Regardless, in anything, how do you know when a person got a problem with you or not? How do you know when they friend or foe? That's the way you identify shit. You can't just,
Hold up, Brandon. Hold up.
you just can't. Let me.
Go ahead, Reggie. Brandon, don't cut him off real quick. Let him get some of his bars out. He's been quiet for a minute. Go ahead, Reggie. Sorry about that, Reg. Go ahead. Go ahead, Reg. Oh, well, I think your mic ain't muted, so I don't know. Maybe it's your Wi-Fi blinked out real quick, but we can't hear you, Reggie. We'll come back to him. But I get what you're saying, Brandon, because you're saying historically a certain type of people done things. So you know in the words of Sir Singer, you know the tree by the type of fruit it bears.
Yes, sir. And that's all I'm saying. See, I think we get confused when we talk about hating and all that. That's emotional. I don't have time. I'm in war. I don't have time to be emotional. The soldiers don't have time to be emotional. My objective is to complete the mission. That's it. I don't have time to cry. I don't have time to do any of that to assess certain things. What I do is I look at what's in front of me. I make a judgment. I suspect certain things, and then I make a judgment what I'm telling Reggie you have to do. So I suspect them all based on historical what they can and can't do to us.
All right, Reggie. Yeah, something happened with his audio. Sometimes if you get a text or a phone call while you live, it'll click your audio off and you got to join back in. Go ahead, Troy Graham, and then we're going to girl behind the mic.
Yeah. You were speaking of progress with the knife taking out your back. I believe progress is making sure that knife never gets in your back in the first place. You find out why they want to put the knife in your back, then you can stop it from getting in your back. That to me is progress.
Some of us are born with that knife in your back. That's what Brandon is saying.
Nah.
Yeah, we're born with that. Hey, look,
you got to explain that to me. You got to explain that one to
me. Now, I said it on the show before. Before you are born, before we know if you are a girl or a boy, we know your race based off the mother.
Okay.
When she goes into that doctor's appointment, we know if this is gonna be a black child or not because the mother. You know what I'm saying? Yes,
okay.
No.
Yeah, that doesn't mean you have a knife in your back. That means that you have a struggle to deal with. That's what that means.
You have a what to deal with? I'm sorry.
Struggle.
But
struggle. Struggle.
Okay. Here's the thing: opportunities, right? Once you take certain things and you start dealing with certain things, you have opportunities or opportunities taken away. I see Reggie is back. I'll keep it real short because I wanted him to get his bars off. I saw this story. Shout out to Dr. Rashad Ritchie. I love his show, Indisputable. Some people call him a quote-unquote race beta, race hustler. I've seen Dr. Rashad speak live here in Atlanta. Truly remarkable guy. I'm trying to get him on this show, y'all. But I'll keep it short. He says, go ahead, Troy. I see you. Go ahead. And then I'll say.
No, I was simply saying about being born black to me was just a struggle. And as I told my children, there's good, better, best, and great. So you're good at it's just not good enough, and neither is your better or your best. You have to strive to be great, because everything you're gonna do is gonna be looked at as you 2 steps behind. So you're gonna have to work harder than most people. That's what I taught them since they were old enough to understand, So I don't see the knife in the back thing, but I do see the struggle.
Okay. But basically, I'll keep it short. And Reg, you there? Mic check 1 2. Unmute your mic. Reg, you there?
Yeah. I'm back. I had to switch to the phone. I don't know why the hell that shit went out.
It be like that sometimes. I'll keep it. I promise I'll try to keep it under 30 seconds. And I use a scenario. And he tells the story about this guy who works for. Matter of fact, we'll cover the story. I'll play the clip. We'll cover the story. But in a nutshell, the police take him on the ride. Basically, this guy works with disabled people and things of that nature, and their dog gets loose. He chases the dog, not his dog. He chases his customer's dog. He's dropping people off and helping people who need to get help. Let's just say there was mental issues. Let's say they were elderly, but basically he's dropping off the client. The dog gets out. He goes chase the dog. He gets the dog. The dog happens to go into the lawn of a police officer who's off duty. He calls the police. Police comes and basically arrest that guy. They charge him. They tell him, hey, as a matter of fact, the cop goes to the other officer off duty and say, what you want us to do with him? And things like that, right? And Dr. Rashad broke it down so eloquently when he says, that man was arrested. He lost his job. Charges may get dropped, things of that nature. He could, but once you put him in the jail, he don't lost his job. That means his family, he can't provide for his family. That means certain things they can't. His daughter can't go on a field trip. He might lose his house. He might lose the car. Like, you are now affecting that family socially, economically. It's hard to study for your test that you got the next morning when you ain't got no lights at night, or when your shit sitting on the curb because your daddy lost his job for just going to pick up a dog out somebody else's yard. Like, these things right here are things that affect and plague our community. Like, law enforcement, and especially in America, for a long time has been a shield of racism, and we all know it. I'm gonna call the cops and I'm gonna tell them I was a black African American man. You like the bird watching bitch in New York? Part of my vernacular, please, and my colloquial expressions. But people weaponize their whiteness, and we all know it. We got a name for them. We call them Karens now because they are weaponizing whiteness, and I'll pass the mic. Y'all know what I mean when I say these things. I'm reading in the chat, but go ahead, Reg.
That's because they weaponizing because we ain't checking the motherfuckers. I think black folks need to get in the 1990 habits when the shit fell off. Was the last time I remember when black folks used to check the fuck out of white people. Now we become too peaceful and we allow them to pull the bullshit that they pull. And it has to be checked. It has to be checked. And I think people need to, and this is like even condition, going back to with the kid with the store shit, is that most people see a kid dressed like that. First thing they want to assume he a cop, he's some type of authority, he in the military or some shit, and many people guards are down. They don't view him as a threat. They view him as some law type official rather than a threat. Now that shit has changed. That shit will begin to change, and it has to change. People have to learn what they're looking for and what they're identifying. I think these social media sites are full of fucking shit to want to guard what was put out there, because it ain't us that look at that shit and use it as fuels to indoctrinate us with shit. It's to get an understanding of, if you're at war, you need to read shit like that to see what these motherfuckers think like, what runs through their head, what fuels them, what moves them into carrying out certain acts, and how to stop it. Now, you was talking about us at war. That wasn't a war. That was the action of one singular white boy. If it was war, he would have brought a unit of other white motherfuckers with him to take positions and run through a store. He went in that shit by himself, alone. And the rest of his coward ass friends wouldn't did it. And all you had was a dude who's usually delusional, on a suicide mission, don't give a fuck about his life, that goes about carrying these acts. The other side of it is you get a lot of the system infiltrated with people with those mindsets, or people whose mindsets begin to kind of change over certain things. A lot of people shift when things aren't working right with them, and a lot of people want to scapegoat the reason behind it. They have to find a target to blame. You've historically seen that throughout history, and especially amongst whites who come in with these ill indoctrinations into their lives, and the passing of excuses and shit. Like everything with this little white kid, he blamed it on other people about the depletion of white birth rates, but he ain't fucking shit. Then he has these other views about homosexuality, which he didn't condemn, and it just shows the dude likes to get touched in his butt. But he sees a lot of fucking black kids walking around with white women, and it became an issue to him. So he battled many conflicting things within himself, but it's always common for people like that who like to weaponize certain shit and be indoctrinated to shit to blacks. Like you was talking about white women and what are they weaponizing and shit? Where even used to have back in the 90s when the white lady killed her kids off in the water and blamed some black man. Then you got the ill ass police department wanting to shake up every black guy that they say fit the description of that white woman. But you just have to check that shit and do it in the right manner. Everything doesn't have to be over escalated. I see a lot of motherfuckers who deal with these situations and they go overboard. They go overboard, over escalate the shit to taking it to levels that they ain't even prepared to take the shit to. But go ahead.
Brother Reggie, I'm gonna let Brandon and girl behind the mic and Troy jump right back in. Reggie, but the brother, well, I can't call him a brother. He's no brother to me. He's definitely an enemy. That's what I think Brandon means. And I'll let Brandon speak for himself. I'll let you speak for yourself, Brandon. But that's what he means when he says this. This guy is clearly an enemy of black people. That's what he means when he says we're at war. This guy wrote a manifesto. That if he was just a lone gunman, he would just go in there and do what he do. No, he's writing things down, even down to where he got the GoPro. I got the GoPro from here. I did this from here. I did this. Like he's leading a path for people to follow his steps. Just because he didn't run into that shit with a unit or a squad or a battalion or a platoon doesn't mean we aren't being attacked globally in small pockets. Like Putin didn't just attack the whole country of Ukraine at one time. No, he attacked here. He attacked here. He positioned troops around this border.
Yeah,
that border.
He brought that shit in with troops, nigga. Like, stop it.
You missing the point.
What you think this dude? Reg, you missing the Reg.
No, y'all niggas overboard. No. If that's the point, nigga, then get your guns ready. What the fuck y'all talking about? Get your fucking guns ready. Like y'all niggas be doing, niggas act like pussies. Get your motherfucking guns then. It's a fucking war.
Who said we not?
Who said we don't have them? Who said we ain't strapped and trying to protect ourselves everywhere we go?
Stop being on defense. We in war than where the offense at. Like it's a war and shit.
I'm gonna explain why I'm gonna explain why. Okay. Red, what you have to understand, what you said, you basically just dismissed that dude as some kind of lunatic, fringe, lone wolf, basically somebody with mental issues who was just fucked up in his head. He was not any of that. He was an intelligent, meticulous planner who did something that was well thought out, and he was following in the footsteps of one of his comrades who led him before. Want me to tell you who led him into that building, into the grocery store? And you've heard of this name. His name is called Dylan Roof. That's who he was following. So you saying he was by himself? No, he was following one of his other comrades. That's what Mark and I are trying to explain to you. Stop acting like these are isolated events. These people have a whole idea. This is not an isolated incident. What I'm trying to tell you, these people follow each other. If you do some research, and I'm gonna drop a real jewel on you. Google May 16th, 1981 in Buffalo, and you will see the same exact massacre happen. It was by another guy by another name, and it's gonna blow your mind. Then that takes away your argument that this is lone wolf. They're following each other. This is a code and a creed, and that's why I said we should suspect them of wanting to do harm to us based on their history and what we see, because you didn't tell us how to differentiate the good from the bad, Reggie. That's what I'm asking you. Then what should we do, and how do we differentiate, since you telling everybody that we not at war and that we should not suspect them of wanting to do harm to us when they're around us? We should have our antennas up. So tell us what to do. And that was not a lone wolf isolated situation. Mark, do that for me. Google, I forget the dude's name in Buffalo, but it was a massacre in Buffalo the same date in 1981.
Okay, I'll pull up. Go ahead. Reg, respond to that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to jump in.
So where are the other campaigns? Where are the other mass shootings of people running in some shit like that? Because let me finish, bro. Let me finish. Because you get with these type of minds, because you get the same white boys that will run into an all-white school and do the same kind of fuck shit. You get people with real fucked up mentalities. Who gives a fuck about their mental health? I'm not a person that buys into you not being able to blast the fucking brains out of a person with some mental disorder. I don't even trip when I see sometimes the police shoot some of the motherfuckers. I don't buy into that shit. Now I don't buy into this thing of pushing this fear of some white motherfuckers. What, you can't shoot the white motherfuckers?
Nobody said that, Reggie.
Can't shoot the white motherfuckers? Like, what's the problem? If we so much at a
Brandon,
we so much at a war.
10 seconds, Brandon. 10 seconds. Hold on. Brandon, Reggie, nobody's saying fear the white man and the white man's going.
What are y'all talking about with this war shit?
He's talking about situational awareness. No different from what you were saying. When you see this white guy walk in, you was like, yo, some people probably thought he had position of authority because they just assumed it. No situational awareness. That's all he's saying. Enemies are seen and unseen. We're not saying that every white person you see is your enemy. We're not saying every Caucasian person is a racist. We're not saying every black person is your friend. Nobody's saying that. But what we are still asking and we're waiting for from you is, how do you differentiate the two?
Man, I did this how I do when I go to the store, and even my kids know that shit. And a lot of black motherfuckers think I'll be overboard about doing that shit. I look at particular vehicles the same way they profile black motherfuckers, the same way I profile some white people. I don't give a fuck how old they are, how young they are. I look at a motherfucker, I judge them. I look at what kind of cars they ride in, what kind of stickers they got on that shit. I look at what they walk in, dressed in. I look around their hips where they can conceal shit. I don't just walk around here and always look at them.
Like I said, you suspicious of them. For you to go out and let that make you
Brandon, it ain't just only of white folks. I look at some black motherfuckers. I gotta look at the same way too.
That's in there. That's in there that we gonna look at our people like that, because we most of the time have tension. We're around each other anyway. But you try to act like I was wrong for saying that
we said one time we went around each other.
That we all look at each other. Anyway, so Reg, what I'm saying is you validating my point for me. You just don't like the verbiage that I'm using, but you saying the exact same thing. Be suspicious.
No, you gotta watch people in the society, Brandon. It's simple as that. We got guns all through this motherfucker. We get people that lose their fucking minds. I done known good ass people who just come off regular, some meek ass people, and they will lose their fucking minds and do some of the most atrocious shit you can think of. I got them who are close to me, people who I've grown up with, who are close friends. And you would hear shit about them running through somebody's house and massacring every fucking person in it. Who would drive down the street and massacre everybody standing outside in that motherfucker. You get people that fucking go psychotic or made fucking just be sick-minded to begin with. And you have to watch and identify them people. You got guns. The problem in this country is the type of shit that is allowed in this country. For one, there's way too many fucking guns out here. There's guns that people got access to that make no fucking sense. Now, this white boy could have went in there and shot up a white school, but his indoctrination of what he hated was black folks. You get some kids who fucking go into schools because they hate it and would shoot up a school full of nothing but white kids. Like, you got all these different things you have to worry about in this country.
Yeah, I want to jump in here, y'all.
Reggie.
Huh?
Go ahead, Trey.
Yeah, when you're talking about going to war and shooting people in the face, there's no way that type of war, there's no way black people are gonna survive that type of war. The only power we have is to attack them when it hurts, which is at their finances. Now, think about this: if 30%,
cook, Brandon, because your mic ain't the best mic anyway. Go ahead, Trey.
If you take 30 to 40% of black people and you boycott Nike, you just stop buying Nike, you do that with most companies, someone's going to pay attention. You find out the sponsors of these companies that are always treating black people wrong, and you stop using their products, someone's going to pay attention. That's where it starts. There's no way you could have a straight up war in this country with black people and white people, because it just won't work that way. You have to be very smart, you have to be meticulous, and you have to plan for years. You have to plan for years to do that, and it starts with the finances. That's the war. That's the war you need to be talking about. Not this shooting people in the face and everything else, because it's a joke. It's an all-out joke.
Go ahead, girl behind the mic. Let me let her sister get in. Go ahead.
So I could see it from both angles.
She gonna ride the fence. Here we go. Go ahead. Gonna ride the fence.
Yeah, damn. Stop
I,
that fence right
I said I could see it, but I think this kid was a one-off, just like most events that happen. But listen, everyone is entitled to feel how they want to feel, but I think he was a one-off like every other event that has happened. It's been that individual. Now, does this Buffalo kid change my perception on white people as a whole? No. There's something crazy, sinister about him and his low-key his family too, for trying to say he had the COVID or whatever the case was. So something's going on there. And I look at him as an individual for what he did and put a big question mark on his family, but he did this by himself. That doesn't mean 19-year-old white boys are a threat to me. Not at all.
My question for you.
I could say,
Thank you, girl behind the mic.
No.
I'm gonna tell you, it can't be a one-off because he's following.
Brandon, let me ask you a question, and then you can lead. I'll give you the lead on this one, Brandon, because I think we're on the same page on this one, Brandon. We don't agree about. That's why I tell y'all don't. Matter of fact, fuck it. If you want to unsubscribe because you don't think I like arrow spins, go ahead, because you're gonna miss these good jewels right here. Hey, my brother, Brandon, because we disagree on that, but me and you, I think we eye to eye on this one, my brother. Brandon.
Yes, sir.
Answer this question for me, and how many one-offs do we got to have till we got an issue?
See, what we don't recognize as a people because we don't understand strategy. We don't understand that this is not a one-off. I just told y'all that May 16th, 1981 in Buffalo, the same date, but in 1981, the same thing happened. Not only is this not a one-off, he's telling you in it.
It's called, bro, that's what people
do. Do you not understand why what happened in 1995 at Oklahoma? Do you not understand the Turner Diary? See, you haven't done your research in this region. That's why you think that I'm making up something or that this stuff is not intertwined and connected. But I'm telling you, it's not a one-off. All of these people have the same ideology. They read from the same books. They're all in the same chat rooms, and they all doing the same things and have the same belief system. And they are powerful. They are lawyers. They are doctors. They are police officers. See, y'all look at these. See, and that's why we need to get the image of what a white supremacist looks like out of our fucking minds. White supremacists look like white people.
I call them white oppressors.
White pussy.
That's fine. White oppressors, whatever. But that's fine. But I'm gonna tell you,
it's a myth. It's an ideology. But white oppression or oppression as a whole is a real thing globally.
To oppress somebody, you have to be superior to them. But that's neither here nor there. No, but like I was saying,
you're not superior. You're just in power.
Right, which is superior.
No,
which makes you superior.
Bro, you got
to have a weak motherfucker manipulate your mind into thinking you something.
If I can do that, then I'm superior to you. If I can manipulate your mind, or I can make
you got done. That don't mean you superior. You just got done.
Yes, it does in the context of what we're talking about. I have the upper hand right now.
What is definition of superior? Higher in rank, status, or quality. That's number one. The second definition: having or showing an overly high position of oneself. Okay. You might be right on the second definition.
Thank you. But the point that,
so you might be right,
Brandon. But the point that I try. But the point that I'm making is we can't consider this a one-off if these people are following history and they following each other and they're following each other's footsteps. That means something else is going on. That means that this is a group of people who have decided to take on this ideology. Who belongs to this group? We don't know. I'm going to tell you why we don't know, because they blend in with the rest of society. The FBI issued a memo about a year and a half, about 2 years ago, telling us about white men, white terrorism and how they have infiltrated the police departments and they have infiltrated the justice system. So if the FBI can say that, and they talking about white supremacy, why come we can't believe that they are correct? Why can't we believe that this is not just a one-off? The FBI classified them as a group of people, but we want to believe, that was just one crazy white dude. That was no. This is going to continue to happen. Not only are you going to see this, you're going to keep seeing people target black people. Why? Why? Because that's what they do. And when you empower, you can dominate other people and treat them like you want to.
So that white boy dominated. He was that dominant. Could he been knocked off?
He killed 10 people, Reggie. He was dominant.
Let me say this, bro. Let me say this.
I'm sorry, I can't say killed. I'm sorry, unlived.
All right, let me say this. Why you can't say that? Are you talking about because of you too?
Bro, I'm just telling you, man. That's what.
All right, but let me say this. So he unlived some people because he caught them off guard. He caught people off guard. It's the same thing we see done within.
Why did he catch him off guard? You said it's because they thought he was in power. They thought this 18-year-old white
you
guy.
are putting too much on this white boy. So what happens in Chicago? I'm pretty sure. Matter of fact, I can go into LA where fucking.
I told you we do that. Did not
because y'all y'all put too much power onto these motherfuckers when it ain't. Niggas get caught.
The FBI said it. Reggie, you don't believe the FBI no more?
Mark, who's denying that you got these groups? Nigga, I know about this shit. I was in the fucking army with a lot of these niggas. What the fuck y'all acting blind to this shit?
No, Reggie,
like niggas act so simple. Like niggas don't know it's motherfucker. It's all sorts of shit you deal with people in here. And motherfuckers act like these white boys just some dominant motherfuckers in society to worry about.
Reggie, nobody's saying that, Reggie. What we're
saying
it
sound like it to me. What the fuck
let me clean it up then, brother. Let me clean up on aisle 3. Oh, God forgive me. I didn't mean it like that. Lord forgive me. And God bless the death. What I mean, Reggie, is you acknowledge it exists. You acknowledge he had a manifesto. You acknowledge that even in his manifesto, he was telling people where to get the GoPro from, how to do it. You even acknowledge that people saw him and assumed he had some authority. Why? Because he was white and he was dressed like that, carrying that gun.
False.
You didn't say that, Reggie? You said false?
Yeah, I said that. And that's people letting their guard down. That's people acting scared. People see cops and want to run. What the fuck is that about?
You know what it's about. Because they kill black.
Listen, no.
People. Hold on, Reggie. Can we agree? Hold on, Reggie. If we saw a black guy dressed like that walking out, people wouldn't have ran and hide, think he had no position of authority. They would have called the police on the black guy, even
because of our conditioning. So now let's go back into what y'all talking about. No. Let me say this. Back to this bullshit y'all talking about. We know niggas know all this shit the FBI reporting. So why are you turning your guards down when you see a motherfucker dressed like some shit like that?
Because we don't know who our open is. Black people as a whole do not know. I'm answering your question. Black people as a whole do not know these things. Most of us have not looked at an FBI report because that's not our field of study. A lot of us are looking at Cardi B, shake her stinking ass, and a lot of us, I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest. A lot of us are not aware of this.
Won't read the reports.
Yes, we are lost. Yes, we are lost. And we the most exploited, and we the most taken advantage of, and we the most targeted.
I mean, y'all keep bouncing back and forth on some shit. Now we got the reports, then now niggas don't read the reports. Then I mean, come on, Brandon. This is where niggas bug me out with this type of shit.
Go ahead, Reggie, speak on it then.
Huh?
You said it yourself though, brother.
No, but I'm saying if niggas know about it, that's why I say niggas know about it, reading these reports and all this stuff. But then now niggas don't read the reports, so it's no way we identify it. The problem is
reports,
but
the average person, don't, Reggie. You know that.
Okay, so say these things. Say you don't got to even read the reports. So say now with this act, are people going to start keeping their awareness up, or do niggas fall right back to sleep and start letting this shit sneak up on them again? When are people going to wake up? You brought up 1981.
They should go to sleep calm tonight. It was just one off, and the bad guy went to jail. It's not going to happen again. So
this is across the country thing. So now how do you approach? And I guarantee a lot of niggas go up around
Red, you making our point for us. We saying that. We saying black people should be to have an eyes peeled. You are. Red, you making every point. Red, you making every point for us. You saying that yes, we should be vigilant, that we should be on point when we go outside. That's the point that I'm making. I've been saying that.
Who said that we shouldn't be? I've been saying that. I ain't hear that from y'all.
I said we should be suspicious of them when we go out, when we see these. That's what I've been saying. Our head should be on a swivel when they talk to us. We should look at them. When we out interacting, we should our intent to always be up.
That's what I said, yo. That's how we got here, yo. Because I was like, yo, he sound like Corey Hogan. Corey's like, yo, when I got white folks coming up to me smiling and say, hey, I be like, yo, what do you want from me? What you trying to get up? Like, what's going on here? He's suspicious. And but I get it. I think Reggie got triggered, and I could be misspeaking for him. He's here. He'll speak for himself. I think Reggie might have got triggered when you start saying we're at war. And almost like a race war. Am I correct, Reggie? Like it's no race.
Exactly. Exactly.
I just want to make sure
it ain't no race war like that. There's many issues you got to look after in this damn country.
Yeah, I disagree. I agree with you on that, Reggie, 1,000,000%. Yeah. I don't think we had a quote unquote race war because the black dick is undefeated, respectfully. But go ahead.
Pause.
But you got so that you have.
Everybody might jump in with a pause. That's definitely a pause. Hold on, let me slap myself there. I'm just saying, like, yo, when y'all ever seen that movie Malcolm X when he mixed that black water with the white water, and he asked Malcolm which one he wanted to drink, and guess what? You know what? Malcolm still drank the clear water. It was the same water. He just had a little black dye in it. Like I get the metaphor and all of that, but Yeah. Let me give myself a little slap real quick for that. Slap. I'm just saying, man. You mix with us, bro. We gonna know you. We gonna know you was fucking with one of us.
And that's why he was shooting. That's why he was in there shooting. He talked about that in his manifesto as well, Reg. He talked about that in his manifesto.
He's so supreme. He worried about these white numbers falling down. They birds dying.
He walked out with a scratch on him. He killed 10 people. When the last time you seen somebody kill 10 people and walk out with a scratch on them? We had something like that happen here in Dallas. They sent a fucking robot up to blow the man up.
Michael Johnson was shooting at fucking cops though, bro. So
Brandon, hold up. I just realized this is how Brandon, hold up, real quick. Brandon, this is how you argue and you debate and have conversations, period. This ain't just arrow spins. Like, this is just you all the time. So I'm learning something tonight. I thought you were just that passionate about arrow spins. When you passionate, you passionate. But we got Roger's son just joined the panel. But Reggie, that's what I want us to let Roger's son get his bars off, and I want to use the rest of this time to talk about progression and solutions, because we all agree the guy did target black people. Can we agree to that, Reggie? Yes or no?
Are y'all that fucking simple-minded that you don't think that he targeted fucking black people?
Correct.
Are y'all fucking that simple-minded that you don't think he targeted black people? What the fuck are we talking about?
Nobody said we're not. Nobody said we're simple-minded.
So why ask the fucking question?
Because I asked the question, sir. Because that's what Brandon is talking about. That's how we got here. He said motherfuckers are targeting you. We're being targeted. You know, you got to keep your head on a swivel, things of that nature. And you said, no, this is a one-off. Girl behind the mic agreed with you. And you said, thank you for agreeing with me about this being a one-off. And I'm letting you know, if you think it's going to be a one-off, like on some Dylan Roof shit that just happened at a church, you're going to be the next victim at the grocery store. So that's why I'm asking you, Reggie, can we agree that people were targeted? That's all I'm saying.
They were targeted. You got to watch your fucking self.
Reggie, you trying to get a win so bad right now that you don't even want to agree that we're talking about the same shit. And you probably got about 5 videos on your channel saying the same shit. I'm saying your talking points, my brother. But I get it. You got to get the win. But go ahead.
No, it's not no win, bro.
I told Reggie I was doing this episode before anybody. I texted him and said, yo, I'm doing a live. I want you to be there. And that's true. But
yes,
my brother,
sir.
I'm not your enemy here. And I think
Mark, stop that shit. It's just a heated debate.
Let's get the debate.
He said, Mark, stop saying I'm not your enemy.
Yeah, quit that shit. Having a fucking debate.
Nah, I'm just
Great
saying. I
debate.
gotta say that sometimes. I gotta say it. It's a habit. My father ain't my enemy neither, but we disagree, and I don't say that all the time. So I get your point. But go ahead, and then we're gonna let Roger's son, girl behind the mic, Brandon Washington, Troy Graham, everybody get the bars off. But I'm sorry, Reggie. I'm saying some of your talking points. Keep your head on a swivel. Motherfuckers ain't always gonna be your friends. You don't have to treat this guy like he got some power and respect because he got white skin and he dressed in some military garb. This nigga pulled up in a Toyota Corolla or some shit. I don't know. Like, fire back. Like, shoot your gun. Don't just run. I get it, my brother. All I'm trying to say is it's not a one-off. A one-off will be once every at some point, once every couple years, once every 10 years.
A one-off is when nobody's not following each other's footsteps. What it is they have a program that's put out there where they following each other's. It's a doctrine. Fuck, it's like they religion. So you can say that it's going on.
When shit is happening yearly or monthly, if you're looking for it, because if the news don't cover, if they don't kill it, we have so many mass shootings in America that if you don't target a certain group or you don't kill a certain amount of people, you don't even make the news, because that's how much they shooting up schools. Like, because school shootings, like just gun violence as a whole in America is an epidemic, it's a problem, and it doesn't happen anywhere else where the GDP is where America is. But I'm gonna let y'all know something. Until they stop making, when they stop making them, I'll stop buying them. Marq Nash keeping something loaded. I keep a gun in the studio while I'm doing it live in my home, cameras on, alarm set, pit bulls, fenced in. Yes, my G, I still got a gun on me right now in the midst of all of this, because
and I'm gonna tell you something else.
And the traditions we've been trained upon. Shout out to Loaded Lux. But that's all I'm saying. Roger's son, give me your opening statement. Roger's son, you got two up here. Okay, close this other one out. Okay, Roger's son, you got two things up here, and it looked like
you don't have to bring it up. Actually, what that is homie's manifesto. To anybody who doubt.
Oh, they don't take the string down. I can't even play that. I can't even play it.
No, it's not. It's not a video.
But
it's a
PDF.
PDF.
Put it in the private chat so I can download it, because I want that.
All right then.
I need that. Put that in the private chat as well. But give me your opening statement on everything we're talking about. Malcolm X Day. What would Malcolm X think about the African American experience in America now? In 2022, 57 years after his death, he will be 90. He will be 97 today. This brother Steve. I'm gonna let you get your opening statement, brother. Let me put brother Steve on hold. Brother Steve, I'm gonna put you on hold. Let Roger's son get his 2 minutes. All right. His opening statement. Then I'll give you your clock. All right.
Okay, my brother.
Appreciate brother Steve.
Cool,
go ahead,
brother.
Roger's son. You got the floor. Roger's son, talk to us. And I appreciate
Respect to Nash. Respect to the panel.
Yeah, man. We can talk about more than boxing and hip hop. We can talk about this real shit. Let's go.
Already. So saying long live the spirit of brother El Malik El Shabazz. The thing is, he was the first person who I ever heard referred to pilgrims as devils, right? And I had never heard that before. Being from North Tulsa, Oklahoma, I always kind of thought demon at first, you know what I'm saying? Because demons of greed or something like that. And when hearing him speak and not cursing, like my mom used to always say, that's the way you can curse someone out, but you do it with class. He used to do that. He used to, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all remember. There was a couple of times when he went on some type of television show and they were questioning him about, like, you use word like devil when you refer to white people and all this. And then they asked, don't you think that's mean? They didn't ask, that, don't you think it's wrong? They said, don't you think it's mean? So it was a glorious time to learn from him. And I don't think he would be pleased with black people right now, especially in the sentiment of not standing on our blackness, because that's eventually what he did. Even though, yes, he was a Muslim, and in his Muslim faith, he permitted, the connecting love of all, man on this world and shit, right? but his politics, he said his politics were black. Black people's politics aren't black in this day and age. It's whatever the, you know what I'm saying, Hoocrats want it to be. So no, he would not be pleased with black
The
black
Hoocrats? Repeat that. The Hoocrats?
The Hoocrats. Shit, whoever it is, Democrat, Republican, or whatever the fuck, they all want niggas to hoe for
them. Go. Let me get to the call. Good. I got a caller, and I don't want to lose the call. That was right at 2 minutes too. Good job, Roger's son. This is my guy, Brother Steve. Brother Steve, how you feel this evening? What up, though?
What up? Hello?
Talk to me, Brother Steve. What's your take on the conversation? Give me anything you want to talk about. Malcolm X died 57 years ago. He will be 97 today. What's your take on everything we're talking about? Would you be proud of the African American experience in 2022?
First of all, I want to say thank you, brother, for remembering this great soldier of ours.
Bro, I still cry when I look at him right now. Yeah, I still cry because it could have been me. I be talking some shit.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not this prolific of a leader, but good night, bro. Like, I would have died. He would have been talking at one of my funerals, trying to get justice for Brother Marq. Because I was out there running my mouth, talking off to the white man.
That's exactly the type of man he was.
Yeah, man. He would have been fighting for my family, bro.
I respect Malcolm so much because he went through half of his life in the street, but once he saw the light, he stepped into the light and he never looked back, and he was true and dedicated to us. Let me tell you something. If Malcolm was here today, if we could bring him back from the dead some type of way, and he can live on this earth right now, I really believe that he would kill himself again just to get out of here. Because what's happening now is just typical, the opposite of what he stood for and what he gave his life for. You know, all of those great leaders that we had coming up from Garvey, the King, to Malcolm X, and so many others. I think that Malcolm, if he lived today, he would have a heart attack if he saw our state that we're living in today. He would either die from a heart attack or he would kill himself just to get away from this, because this is not the vision that he had and the other people that were with him. You know, those guys were true in word and deed and what they were doing. They loved our people. They wanted the best for us. And the same thing for Khalid Muhammad, may he rest in peace. If we could bring them back from the land of the dead today, they would want to exit this place. They wouldn't want to be there because this is not what they envisioned for us. You know, but I appreciate you, Brother Marq Nash, man, for remembering our glorious king. He's, like, to me, him and Khalid Muhammad are the two that just epitomize greatness and the love for our people, man. I thank you for remembering them. Shout outs to you. Peace and love to everybody on the panel. All right?
Absolutely, peace, man. Appreciate it. Shout out to Brother Steve, man. Yeah, man. Shoot, man. You never know what topics people will want to talk about, but I know we have a vast audience here. We don't just talk about hip hop and boxing and current events. Sometimes we got to do these type of episodes where we touch on issues. Like I said, man, I do the show for me first. The people around me, if the world catch on, they catch on. Shout out to Reggie. Reggie and the RZA taught me that very early on. RZA first, then Reggie. He was like, man, I don't care if 10 people watching this motherfucker. This is what I want to talk about. But let's pass the mic around. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying absolutely. It's just about the message. Trying to attract or force to try to get as many people as you want in there. Sometimes the conversation or the conversation may strike people at a later date. And so worrying about how many people in there, even if it's 1 or 2 people in there, as long as you're delivering the message, the content and what you want to speak, that's the most important thing.
Oh yeah, because it's gonna live on when you're dead and gone, bro.
Absolutely.
Let me tell Roger's son this. I had to send you access to get that get that from your Dropbox. So I sent you an email, but send it to the Marq Nash 27. That's the show email. Send it to that one. I think I sent you the one from the channel.
Will do.
Marq Nash Music. That's just for beats and stuff I do with music. But send it to Marq Nash 27. Let's continue. Go ahead.
Okay. I want to say
I got to girl behind the mic and Troy back in after this too, Brandon. Because I don't want to.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No. Don't apologize. We building. Go ahead, my brother.
Okay. because I'm at work and I got to jump in when I can while I thought. But
It's
I
all
want to
good,
say this:
bro.
as far as gun violence, there is an example. Gun violence, you can collect all the guns in America, and a lot of this will not happen. That's why I blame the United States government. I'm gonna give you an example of how a whole country took the guns and they don't have this problem anymore because they decided they were tired of mass shootings, so they did something about it. In Australia, I believe in 1993, if I'm correct, they had a mass shooting. After that mass, I think it was 40 people killed. After that mass shooting, they went through the whole country and rounded up all of the guns and made it illegal to have a gun. The only thing you can have is like a shotgun or something like that, and you have to get that registered. So that is a template to show you that if they want, meaning the United States government of America, meaning white people, want to stop gun violence, they can stop it overnight. That shows how powerful they are, Reg.
Okay, but why do we think that they should stop gun violence? Well, and that they can stop gun violence, seeing as how they got the appetite that they got for ballistics. You heard? I mean, wait a minute. This is a question that I ask a lot of black people. Well, could y'all admit that they're moving back into some type of tribalism as opposed to this whole objective class structure that they tend to project to everybody else?
Say the question one more time. Say it one more time for everybody in the chat.
Will anyone agree that these pilgrims seem to be moving back into a tribalism as opposed to that social class structure that they project to everybody else who ain't a motherfucking pilgrim?
I disagree with that. I think the dollar rules everything still, bro. I think they all about the money more than anything.
Okay, but does the dollar rule on its own? If the dollar rules everything, it got to rule on its own.
Only reason I say that, no.
The army enforces dollars.
There you go. Yes.
You gotta hustle that shit.
No, the U.S. dollar, the U.S. dollar is powered by the U.S. Army, homie.
Okay,
that's a fact.
So much is just the army. It's about what you produce, what you bring to the world. It ain't just about dominating with the military.
Reggie, they'll just take it. But Reggie,
that dollar is forced into everybody's market. They force you into the market of using their dollar.
They force you into the IMF. Zimbabwe was forced into the IMF after transition of power. All of these countries that we think are being liberated, if you don't sign up for the IMF, you will have an issue. And not only that, that's the reason why.
Brandon, we got a lot of boxing fans here. We got a lot of niggas that's late night. They smoke weed. They drink.
That's the international.
You gotta explain IMF.
Yeah. You got to say what that is.
That's the
International Monetary Fund.
Basically, the World Bank.
There we go.
So what I'm trying to explain.
And after that,
the World Bank is
because he just pulled up. Go ahead, Brandon.
Okay, the World Bank is backed by America, and the currency that America trades in is the dollar. Right. That's what happened with OPEC when they decided. When a lot of these companies, that's why these wars go on a lot of times, because they decide that they don't want to trade on the dollar, or they don't want to participate in the IMF. And what happens if you don't want to do that? What happens is usually the United States government, either in form of the UN or the unilateral United States government on its own, will attack you. They can do it covertly through the CIA, through regime change, or they can do it outright through through the military itself.
It's a big gangster party that we think
let me let Calico get in. Because he just got here. Calico, give me your opening statement. We're talking about the birth of Malcolm X, one of America's greatest leaders, in my opinion, whether black, white, or indifferent. I think he was a truly remarkable individual. Breaks my heart every time. Like I said, man, I've cried and Chuck broke up a couple times doing this live. I don't know if y'all can hear it in my voice, but every time I think about him being slain in front of God and country, in front of his family. I have a daughter. I couldn't fathom. I have a wife. I couldn't fathom the enormous pressure this man was on. He was only 39 years old when he was assassinated, slain, murdered. 39 years old. He will be 97 today. It's been 57 years since he's died. Calico, what would Malcolm X think of the state of the African American experience in 2022, in your opinion?
Damn.
Go ahead, 2 minutes. Nobody gonna cut you off. You got 2 minutes to cook
I
up
would
your opening statement.
I would say that he would definitely see that he did take a step forward, but we took 2 steps back. You know, so it's like he'd be disappointed. You feel me? Most definitely, because for one, like, you know, when he got assassinated, I forget. I think his name was Gio or Pino Gio or whatever his name is. That another African leader that he had teamed up with was helping him be able to take his complaint of reparations to the international courts, and they both were killed at the same time on 2 different continents. You feel me? Because these 2 people had joined forces. So I know he'd be disappointed that, damn, he died. Nobody picked up the ball. It's just like how, you know, Nipsey was supposed to did the Dr. Sebi documentary, and nobody picked up the torch. You feel me?
Oh, Nick Cannon picked it up.
No. Has he? No. You know, we know what happened to Nick Cannon after that. After he got slapped like Will Smith, slapped Chris Rock. We ain't heard nothing out of Nick Cannon since.
Nick Cannon been busting nuts. He famous for making babies now. People forgot all about the other stuff.
That's it.
Cannon said, "Man, fuck
the,
y'all."
the Cannon bunch. You know. Yeah, the Cannon bunch.
I better be glad I ain't got no millions like that.
But yeah,
this world.
But nobody
about to do it. She ain't Terrence Crawford wife.
Nobody carried the ball across the goal line, and Malcolm X put us in the red zone. You know, really in the goal line. You know what I mean? He put us to the goal line. We finally knew what a goal was. You know, and we still never crossed the line without the brother. So, you know, it seemed like the world stopped on the you know, as far as the black lives really mattering.
Clarissa said, shout out to Clarissa. She said he would be disappointed at the lack of integrity on social media. I think he'd be disappointed with the responsibility more than integrity, in my opinion. But I appreciate the comment. And shout out to everybody who's pulling up. Let's pass the mic around. Go ahead, girl behind the mic. We got a sister on the panel. Let me get her to center square like we playing Hollywood Squares or something. And let her give her a take on what everybody's been talking about. And then we're going to go back to Baltimore and talk to Troy Graham. Go ahead, girl behind the mic.
Which conversation?
Wherever you want to go, sis. Wherever you want to go.
So I'm gonna go back to where I stand. I mean, yeah, you know, we're all discussing our own opinion, but I was gonna say I stand in my conviction. It was a one-off. The last time this happened, it was Dylan Roof, and that's in 2015. I don't think young white sleeper cells are popping off every year and killing Black people by the masses, right? And yeah, it's a good question. What could those people have done? Yeah, but the only thing we know in America is to get armed, but most Black people don't like to, the little elderly Black people and stuff like that. So maybe that should be a proactive campaign or something to get people to have arms. But it doesn't necessarily mean that everyone that was in that store did not have a gun, or, you know, because when shock sets in, you don't believe it. You've never seen it in your neighborhood or at that grocery store. You're thinking you're safe. So it's kind of like a doozy, because you don't know in the spur of the moment. Yes, there was a security guard who was a ex-police officer for 20 years, but nobody saw it coming. It's a one-off. There's hate out here. Questions you have to ask yourself is, America has had the KKK since the inception, dawn of inception. Now, one KKK member has ever driven and understanding that some of these headquarters, there's a big KKK presence in Georgia. Out here in Missouri is a little sub headquarter. And all they have to do is drive downtown, where there's a big urban population in Georgia, just drive to Atlanta. But you got to ask yourself, how come if it's not one off? These members of the KKK, bona fide members, not this little boy in a basement that wrote a manifesto and he's a leader, servant leader, God of his own manifesto and tribe. He's not affiliated with anyone. He's not. It's a manifesto he wrote on his own for his own tribe. Probably the thoughts and impressions of his family, maybe not directly his mom and dad, but you have to have been raised. You were only about 19 years old. You were born in the early 2000s. You were born 2 years when I came out of high school. So what is so hard about this life? And you're born into alleged American, what they would say, privilege, just by having the complexion for the protection. So what the heck was going on with that? I'm like, kid, you haven't even lived to complain about racial disparities and all this other crap he wrote in his contradictory manifesto. If you ask me, it really contradicted. His words were contradicting in some aspects. That's how you know he's so young. He doesn't know what he's talking about, but it doesn't matter. He could go and fry for his actions, right? Yes, we could try to protect ourselves with guns as Black people the best way we know how to. But I don't know the solution to this. I just know that the cycle is every few years. Now, since Dylan Roof, we have a loner on record. Because if he had a crew, where are they at? Where are they following up with? Are they cowards? So I don't believe that we are under attack more than I would actually believe that the CIA and them people, but don't nobody want to talk about that. But anyways, let's just skip over that. So he's going to do what he's going to do the time-wise. It's sad, but this is what you're going to see every few years in America. But that doesn't represent to me that there's a mass mobilization of white people out here that are ready to come and kill Black people, because my theory is still the same. If it was like that, we would be having the members, the KKK, drive out in trucks. They do conferences and whatnot out there, all out there in the South and everything like that. They could knock out a couple of Black people. But up to record, you could Google it. There hasn't been a mass shooting of a KKK member in a Black community. So who are these kids? Where are they coming from? Dylan Roof, this Peyton, who are they? That's the question you have to ask yourself, and you have to dig deeper. Is this weird? I mean, is this coincidental? If you ask me, I think not. There's a lot of things that Black America has to really open their eyes and look at the details. These children, these kids are taken, apprehended. I said, if I was a police officer and I'm trained to shoot at freaking the threat, the phone call comes in. You have a heavily armed shooter, active shooter. I'm coming out, my car, guns blazing, pow, 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 pow. No, Dylan Roof and Peyton, they're apprehended. What program are you guys in? What is going on? But don't nobody want to talk about that.
That with this nigga right here on the screen.
You know what I mean? All I have to say is,
little joke. I'm sorry, no jokes, but I'm sorry, I had to say.
It's all good. All I gotta say is somebody gotta read the book, The Search for the Perfect Manchurian Candidate, or for the Manchurian Candidate, written by an ex CIA director. You gotta see what's going on in the country in terms of distractions and things that don't add up. How they're apprehending them with they're not dying. I mean, no guns blazing, just perfect apprehensions.
They're on the same team. That's what I keep trying to explain to you. You think
they should kill every year. They should, if it's the same team.
They do.
Where at? See what I'm shootings. Where at? Last year.
I'm explaining to you, girl, behind the mic. This is how this works.
Hey, look. We don't bomb each other countries every year just because we
right. Russia, they do it covertly.
I agree with you, Brandon. Hey, girl behind the mic. North Korea and South Korea. A lot of people don't know this. They still at war. They just had a ceasefire. It's just a ceasefire. And in between there, some people get captured. Shit happens. But when you at war, every type of warfare isn't fought with quote unquote guns blazing and sending in your whole.
It's not overt. It's covert. A lot of it is behind the scenes where you're not aware. See, that's why we confused, and that's the point that I was trying to explain, girl behind the mic. The way you're looking at it is the KKK is gonna overtly come out and do that. They don't have to do that anymore. They can hide in the shadows and hide behind badges in courtrooms to do that and behind laws. So they can kill and drag black people just like that. They can just do it legally. Or you could put a badge on and blow this nigga's head off, and then nothing happens because you have immunity, because you have these certain things. So the KKK, once again, the FBI issued a memo, I believe in 2018, talking about how the KKK has infiltrated the FBI and all law enforcement on the local and federal level. So, which means they don't have to go out and do dumb shit like hang a black man. They can do it through the court system. They can do.
Y'all causing Brandon some bad noise. I don't need you to unmute your mic just to say facts, respectfully. But because it's messing up his audio. Go ahead, Brandon. Sorry.
So, what we have to look at is these people are cunning. You have non-refined racism. You have refined. The non-refined is the little white boy that went in there. The little he don't give a shit. He just he's just a little. And then you have refined racism. It looks, but it's the same. It's the same. It just looks different. So if we are expecting the KKK as a group to go out and say we're finna go kill. They already did that. Now they're more sophisticated. They can do it covertly through the court system, through all of the mechanisms that they have set up in place of white supremacy. And you don't have to know who they are just because they don't have a sheet on their head. See, a sheet on their head identifies them. But when you take that sheet off their head, they just look like regular white people in society, and they're able to move better. So that's why you don't see the KKK outright doing things and claiming responsibility for it. But black people are targeted every single day.
All right, let's pass the mic. Go ahead. We got my guy that got Clips in here. Just pulled up. What up, Clips?
Peace, family.
Oh, Lord.
Peace, neighbors. What's going on?
Nigga just woke up. That nigga.
What up?
That nigga still got the cold. He was I'm sorry. He was like, peace, family. What's going on?
It's not.
Man,
it's
drink
Kush,
some
not
coffee
COVID.
first, man. Drink some water and stuff, man. Go ahead, Clips.
It's Kush, not COVID. Don't judge me.
Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Great topic. I'm gonna defer. I've actually been sitting here listening.
All right, I'm about to give you the alley-oop. I'm gonna give you the alley-oop I gave everybody else. Today is Malcolm X. Well, yesterday now. In about 10 minutes, I guess on the West Coast it'll be over. But May 19th, Malcolm X would be 97 years old. He was taken from us 57 years ago. The brother was truly one of the most remarkable individuals I ever heard of in my lifetime. Like, wow, where's the next one? Why we don't have so many of them? Like, wow. But so I'm asking people, what do you think Malcolm X? And I got a survey in the chat. What do you guys believe Malcolm X would think of the American experience in 2022? Go ahead, Clips.
I firmly believe that Imam El-Hajj Malik Shabazz has a heavy heart. I believe that there's a lot of disappointment. There's a lot of there'd be a lot of shame. I've been recognizing at 50-some years, our people, they have a couple more propped up Negroes with some shiny things, but our people are in no better position. And I would also say that he would also be very heartbroken and ashamed to see what happened to his family.
Yep, them little white grandchildren.
Yeah, all them. Like, I mean, what? He's only got like 2 left because most of them are, even like the one grandchild who accidentally killed Betty in the fire. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think it's a lot. We got to think about the brother El-Hajj Malik, and we got to think about what he, remember when Dolph died, we talked about redemption? And we said, where's the redemption? This is why Malcolm X is a perfect example why American society doesn't allow black men to reform and redeem themselves. That's why we don't see another Malcolm X, because America, after Malcolm X, America decided to kill and lock up them Detroit Reds and not let them niggas out of jail.
I mean, ever since J. Edgar Hoover, J. Edgar Hoover created the CIA to stop the rise of what?
Not the CIA.
a black
Started
and
the
more
FBI.
Messiah.
J. Edgar Hoover started the FBI to stop the Black Messiah. Yes.
Yeah, the black and more Messiah was his words. You feel me? So like I tell people,
why did J. Edgar Hoover do that?
One mic, y'all cutting each other off, and we getting feedback. We got to have good audio. It's a podcast, so we got to have good audio. Y'all cutting each other off a little bit. Finish what you were saying, Calico, and then we're gonna go back to Jules Gaming Lounge. Go to my guy Jules. He just got it.
Matter of fact, I ain't get the question that Clips just said. What you say, brother?
Yeah, go ahead, Clips.
No, my question is that do you know why J. Edgar Hoover was so obsessed with stopping the Black Messiah and suppressing?
Just enlighten us. How about just enlighten us instead of asking?
Because J. Edgar Hoover was black, J. Edgar Hoover was a self-hating Negro. J. Edgar Hoover was J. Edgar Hoover was an octoroon or a mulatto who passed for white. And that is why J. Edgar Hoover went so hard in the paint, was to go ahead and validate his whiteness by going hard at black folks. J. Edgar Hoover was actually one of modern history's real catcher Freemans.
Wow. Before we let anybody respond to that, let me let my guy Jules Gaming Lounge give his opening statement. Jules Gaming Lounge, Malcolm X will be 97 today, May 19th. Would he be happy? Would he be proud? Would he be disappointed with the African American experience? We got more black billionaires than ever, but we still got brothers and sisters dying on the street. Many people still treat us like second-hand citizens. But what would he be proud that at least we had a black president? What say you? So many ways to go with this conversation, that because some people are saying he would be proud. Some people are saying it would still be so far to go, but he would still be proud of the accomplishments, because he would be a 97-year-old black guy who lived to see a black president, lived to see billionaires, and lived to see black people own banks. We got black-owned banks out there. What say you, Jules? And shout out to my guy Jules Gaming Lounge. Welcome home, my brother.
What up?
I want to say thank you. Salute to everybody on the panel. Salute to Marq Nash. Thank you for welcoming me home, brother. It's always good to be home. Make sure y'all subscribe to Marq Nash channel.
Hey!
I mean, he does it wonderfully. Okay, salute.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's go.
Now to get to the topic at hand, I really don't know much about Malcolm X because I haven't did extensive studying on Malcolm X. But from what I do know, I think he would be disappointed. Not just with the black experience. I think his first disappointment would start with the Islamic movement. He would have more of a problem with the Islamic movement more than he would have with America right now.
Elaborate. Why would he?
Those are the people who killed him. Remember, at the end, as far as I know, at the end he was kind of getting away from what.
Talking about the movie, or are you talking about the movie when you say at the end?
At the end of the movie. At the end of the movie, but no, actually at the end of his life, for real, he was kind of moving away from what's his name? Elijah Muhammad.
No,
they were separating. You know what I'm saying? And I believe that Elijah Muhammad had something to do with him being killed.
Brandon come in and rip your head off. Brandon, to be fair, he started off with saying he hasn't done a lot of extensive research. So Brandon, don't rip his head off. So be fair. But Brandon, I'm sure Brandon could enlighten you on that.
Go ahead, Brandon. I'm listening. I'm all ears, brother. I'm all ears.
But from everything that Brandon has told me, and from what has been told to me from other brothers in the nation, I'm not in the nation, but I'm affiliated. How about that? And from everything they've been told me, Malcolm was actually trying to get back in the
good graces. Yeah,
he was trying to get back in the good graces. He realized he spoke out of turn and did research and might have been false.
Wait, so he wasn't. I
could be wrong.
So he didn't feel slighted that Elijah Muhammad was lying to him and had the children out of wedlock like he was having.
No, man, no, because he should have minded his goddamn business, and then goddamn, like really understood.
How was that minding his business if he came across some stuff that somebody brought something to him? How was that minding his business?
I'm talking about worrying about that man, sexual life, and he didn't rape a bit. He ain't raped not damn mother sucker. Like even when you do the age on those women, all of them were of age. You know, like the matter of fact, the youngest one might have been like born 1928. You know, we talking about a long time ago. And then we talking about 1945, she had a baby. Man, these women were like some, you know, like the youngest one might have been like 19. You know what I'm saying? When they had their baby.
Back in those days, having sex with a 13-year-old, marrying a 13-year-old was kind of almost common for guys 20 and plus. It was almost common back then.
Yeah, but he didn't. None of his was that young.
So I'm just saying it was coming back. It was just coming back then. So he probably would have had passed. But I was just saying I thought he would have been disappointed with that because Elijah Muhammad was living a different lifestyle than he was telling other people to lead. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said that.
Because everybody can't do. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man.
Okay, hold on, Calico.
Yeah, but I'm more. I thought Muhammad was more. I thought Malcolm X was more of a do as I say, I do as I do person, not a do as I say person. That's what I took. That's why I said that.
Or do what the Quran said, and from the way I heard the Honorable Minister Farrakhan explain it, what the brother was doing was all within the limits of their religion. Now,
polygamy.
They don't call it polygamy though. I think the Quran says, Brandon, you got to help me with this because now I'm about to get in trouble. But it says basically, it started from people going to war, and people will go to war, and when you go off to war, you leave your children and your wife behind. That's when a man was able to take up another wife because you're taking care of the people who went to war. Like if you was, am I saying this wrong?
And what culture are we speaking?
Yeah, that's just one way to look at it.
I'm saying it wrong.
Mark?
No, I'm just saying if I'm wrong, let me know. But yeah. Anybody
it's a little inaccurate. That was part of certain of the cultural reasons that certain Islamic societies. But the idea of multiple marriage, having multiple wives, that was something that was existing long before Muhammad's time, and in the Sunnahs, you know what I'm saying, in the Hadiths. In the Hadiths, what they are different books and collections of like things that Muhammad did and said. In his lifetime, and the reason why certain things got codified into Islamic culture.
That's what I need to hear. I need those kind of historical terms, Clips. Please continue.
Right.
And if you're not talking, mute your mic so we don't get no background noise. Go ahead, Clips.
Right. And so in the Hadiths, when they the people, the followers, the true believers came to the Prophet and they asked him about it, you know, the Prophet, peace be upon him, he had said that a man is allowed to have up to 4 wives, barring that one, he is financially and emotionally able to support and fulfill all 4 of those women's needs. And as long as, say, his first wife approves of the second wife approve, the first and second wife approve of the third, basically it has got to be something that the wives all approve on. And the earliest parts of Islamic culture, when a man had multiple wives and he wasn't fulfilling that duty, all the women had to do was go to the imam, and it was all bad business. So it wasn't like polygamy as a lot of people try to express it in the West.
It's polygamy, man. Even the Bible, like we ain't got to pick on the Quran. The men of the Bible had multiple wives.
So basically, Malcolm X, to the bottom line is, but Malcolm X to the man of his damn business.
We're speaking on nobody. We trying to address.
Hold on, what I missed? I've been working. What I missed?
Hold
on, we been here because
Brandon, you missed. We were waiting.
What I missed?
Ooh,
what I missed?
I know he won't hear. That's what I told people in the chat. I was like, he ain't here right now because if he would have been cutting somebody off. I know Brandon Washington. He ain't just gonna sit silent.
This been good. What I missed? I got Clips talking about the Hadiths and all kind of stuff. What I missed?
Talking about your face, Brandon.
What Jews Gaming Lounge? Jews Gaming Lounge had a question in regards to. He said, well, he prefaced it with being fair. He said, I don't know a lot about Malcolm. I haven't done a lot of research. What he does know is right there at the end, he was having some issues with the nation, as far as what he believes and what was told to him. We followed that with we was under the impression that Malcolm was trying to get back in the good graces of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad before he died.
Word.
From there, we go to where the non-chat. We went to non-chat basically. Reggie, we went to non-chat.
Basically, it switched over when I said he was why I said he had a problem with him because he
Non-wives. We went to non-wives, bro.
Which was BS because Malcolm, right? It was BS because Malcolm understood that Prophet Muhammad had 9 wives, and his youngest wife, he married her when she was 9 and didn't enter into her until she was 13. So Malcolm, I mean, it's all.
Wait a minute. Hold on, slow down. You say he.
Hold on, what? He married somebody at 9.
Yes.
He said Prophet Muhammad, not Elijah Muhammad.
Yes.
I said Prophet Muhammad.
You talking about the original Muhammad? Okay.
Prophet Muhammad.
Muhammad did have a
from
young
Arabia.
wife too.
Prophet Muhammad's wife, I think her name was Elisha. I forget her name. She was an I. But
Yeah,
she was
Aisha.
9 years.
Aisha was 14.
9 years old, but she was 13 when he went into her. So
I heard about that. I did hear about that.
So it means Malcolm was aware of all of this, but he chose the thing about it. It was a sticking point between him and Elijah Muhammad. It was real personal, and it had something to do with the Elijah Muhammad actually taking on a woman that Malcolm was supposedly supposed to be involved with.
He was
fond of.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Oh,
Yeah,
so
he
it
got
wasn't
jealous.
about him and the infidelity. It was about he
hold
was
on, slow
jealous of
down.
who
Who
he was
said
trying
he
to
was
get with.
jealous?
He was jealous.
He was jealous. He talked about being jealous. He wrote it.
Because for one, he was trying to holler at her.
One mic. So that was Calico that was agreeing with Brandon. Go ahead, Calico.
See, what I'm saying is, she was a beautiful, secretary for Elijah Muhammad, and he was always trying to get at her. And he thought he was pretty much getting somewhere with her. You know what I mean? And later on down the road, he seen that she was pregnant and everything. Ended up getting pregnant. He was like, "Damn, I ain't know nobody else was talking to her. I've been trying to get with her for months."
Hold on. Why is Malcolm trying to get where Malcolm was a married man? What are you talking about?
But Malcolm never really he ain't want to go after Betty.
I thought it was Malcolm wasn't a married man.
Not at that time.
That would make it worse. That would make it worse.
One mic.
No, Calico, you got your timelines mixed up. He was not married. I'm explaining what happened.
I said I didn't think he was married, but now he asked that question.
Hold on, Calico. One mic. Go ahead, Brandon.
He wasn't married. Here's the thing. I'm gonna name the sister name because it's all out there. Her name is Sister Evelyn. Sister Evelyn and Malcolm. Malcolm was the minister in Detroit. I'm gonna go ahead and put this out there since I'm telling the story. I'm gonna tell it correctly. Malcolm was the minister in Detroit.
Somebody got the mic unmuted and they got other shit going on. Please mute your mic if you're not. Respect the panel. Go ahead, Brandon.
Malcolm was supposed to be in courtship with Sister Evelyn. Well, Malcolm basically had charges brought up on him of infidelity of another woman. He supposedly slept with a woman and got her pregnant. He wrote the Elijah Muhammad, and basically Malcolm, that's when he fled. A lot of people don't know this. He left Detroit because of the accusations that were put up against him. So when he left Detroit, he went to Philadelphia, and that's when they started. That's when his East Coast stint began because he built up Philadelphia, then he left Philadelphia, and he went to New York. He was always trying to get to New York because that's where Malcolm done all his dirt at, New York. And he knew that once he got to New York, the media capital, the epicenter of the world, that he can do what it is that he needs to do. So yeah, that's what it was behind. It was behind Elijah Muhammad took a woman that Malcolm was supposed to be in courtship with, and he basically took her on as a wife, and Malcolm, and that rubbed Malcolm the wrong way.
All right, let's pass it. Now I heard somebody else saying no, that was before he got married. Who was that saying that?
I think that was Calico, but I want
somebody
to
said
jump
it was.
in
Go ahead, Troy.
Thanks for the education, fellas.
Oh yeah, I just think some things, but hey, look, man, y'all ain't about to disrespect this brother on his birthday. Hey, look, don't be talking about me on my birthday when y'all supposed to be throwing me a birthday party. Everybody making their toast. Marq Nash was fucking all them hoes when he was in Jamaica. He was cheating on his wife. He was posting shit on YouTube like he was a good husband, but he was out there fucking girl behind the mic on the low. That's why him and Reggie started because girl behind the mic. sent him the same book. She sent somebody else, and she was talking about him. He was Tony.
Hey, so goddamn, is any of this true? Well, you keep going. Nah, I'm good.
Girl behind the mic. I'm gonna be Tony in the book. I was Tony drinking with girl.
You were
behind
Tony in the book. Yeah, you're Tony.
Yeah, I taught her how to drink that beer. Like chug it, bitch. No, respect.
No, real talk though.
Y'all gotta read that book, man. Y'all gotta read that book, man. It's good.
I just think we went off on a different, the different direction about the women and the cheating. I heard two people say, where's the next Malcolm X? We don't need another Malcolm X. We don't need another Martin. We don't need another great leader. We have all the information out there. We don't need great leaders. What we need to do is study the lessons that are left to us and grow from there. I'm so sick of hearing about who's next and who's next. No one's next. You're next, you're next, you're next, and you're next. We don't need another Malcolm X. Malcolm X left a lot of information behind along with everybody else. We don't need to focus on just one leader. And then when you were talking about this white boy who shot up, listen to me, Bill Clinton was a master of that. Every time his name was mentioned as a scandal, something else came up somewhere else to take you away from what was going on with Bill Clinton. That's how this works. That's how this works. It's a distraction for something much more sinister.
So basically, they're just spending black people's life. Then
They've been wagging the dog for years.
Hold on, look, y'all doing it again. You look, everybody, look, one person.
Yeah, so that's what it's all about,
then the
man.
second person cut them off, then the third one. Like y'all, please.
Yeah, because y'all just got to pay attention to details and patterns, and you'll see the same patterns and the same details come up all the time, and you wonder to yourself, is this like a cartoon or is this reality? The same patterns and come up all the friggin' time in real life. Pay attention.
Right, go ahead, Roger, son.
May I jump in after him?
Yeah, please. I got you, Jules. Go ahead, Roger, son.
So basically, we're permitting ourselves to be spent. The thing is, if y'all read Homie's manifesto, it wasn't just that he was targeting black people. It was more along the line that he knew that he could spend our deaths, the energy of our deaths, for his political cause. I think that this is something that the U.S. been doing for a long time. I think this.
What is deaths? If you can go back as you finish that, what's deaths?
No, death. The life being lost or being taken away violently, terroristically, or whatever.
All right, let's go ahead, Jules, and we'll open it back up to Reg and pass it around. And Clips and grab on the mic as well. Go ahead, Jules.
Don't forget Cali coat.
Yeah, I ain't forgetting nobody. I promise. I'm just trying to make sure everybody get a chance to speak. Go
All right, I don't need long. I didn't need like 30 seconds, maybe a minute, probably no longer than a minute. I was just gonna say I agree with him somewhat to that point, because in this year I was reading during a little research on the Buffalo shooting. Well, not on the little Buffalo shooting, on the Buffalo shooting. There has been 198 mass shootings this year. And none of them, if it's been 198 mass shootings this year, why is this one being televised? Why is this one being thrown in our face? Why hasn't there been another out of 198, and it's not even 198 days gone in this year yet? Wow. If it is that equates to over one mass shooting per day, and I believe a mass shooting, the definition of a mass shooting is a shooting where 4 or more people get injured. So if that's the case, 198 of those have happened this year. Why is this one being televised? Is because they're trying to distract us from something. I agree with that, and with that, I digress and pass. Thank you, gentlemen.
I'll do 10 seconds. Jules, I think you got a good point, and that's what I was trying to, I think Brandon and I was trying to say to Reggie and my sister girl behind the mic here. They were saying this is a one-off. This is a one-off. She said last time this happened was Dylan Roof. And my argument for that is, no, that's the last time it got global or national news coverage.
Exactly.
Yeah, like we don't, hey, look, they don't tell you a plane take off every day. They only show you a plane crashing, right?
Facts.
No, they only show you if the plane crashing if they can sensationalize the plane crash.
No, it depends on the significance of the thing. What y'all talking about? They report a lot of mass shootings. what you see happen in Chicago are mass shootings. But when you deal with something of a significance like this, where it's hate related,
victims up
they speak about all of it. These ain't no damn secrets. Why he can find it in a damn report? Like,
no,
yo,
we're saying this is the one that has been sensational.
You ain't heard no 198 in your life.
Reggie,
bro,
it's not national news. Every Chicago shooting, but it only make news Chicago shooting when they have those crazy weekends when it's like 30 people got shot this weekend or 50 people. Like that's when it's
50 people in a weekend.
That shit only lasts for that day.
But that's the thing. They don't blow it up because of
no.
They don't blow it up because what it's incited by is gang violence. So of course they don't highlight that. Just like
no.
You had the most recent one was that one in Sacramento. Did anybody pay attention to that?
I remember.
It's not the fact that we don't pay attention to it. It's the fact that what they sensationalize, what they put out there, like mainly, like when they keep something in your face, it's a reason for them to put it out there. They don't throw nothing out there random. There's nothing they do random.
So this ain't sensationalized. Y'all putting a lot of the 10 on the flip of it. This dude recorded this shit. This shit hit social media. Those type of things are going to hit the mainstream broadcast. This wasn't just because he walked in there and shot the people up. Like there's a fact this dude live streamed this shit.
That shit was taken off social media everywhere the same day. They was taking it. Remember you even
it's still up. It's still up. I can see the link if you want to see the link. If you want to see the video, I got the video for you. It's still up. You don't never delete it. No matter what you do. Even Twitch he streamed it to Twitch and Twitch couldn't get rid of the video. They tried to delete it, but it's still up. No matter what you do, it's always gonna be up. If you put something on the internet, it's gonna last forever, no matter what you do. So ain't no need to hit the delete button or on your tweets because it's already there.
When are we going to accept this as their culture? I hear a lot of black people fight that. Y'all fight accepting this as their culture. A lot of people believe that this is
you can't mask that shit into that shit.
Red,
please don't cut him off, Red.
I know what niggas want to do, homie, but we ain't gonna do that shit. Hey, you can try to be all revolutionary by acting like it's this and that, but I guarantee. Listen, but I can guarantee.
That shit right there, like just because.
Homie, Reggie, you gotta give somebody. Reggie, can somebody else have a chance to speak, though, brother? Can he give his perspective, please? That's how we ask him.
I was giving a perspective before he cut me off. Like, what are you talking about?
Fair enough. Well, fair enough. Let Reggie finish his spot, yo. See, I thought you was done, Reg. I'm sorry.
Me as well.
Yeah, let him.
No, you ain't think I was done, nigga. What you
I
talking
did,
about?
Reggie. I did think you were done, Reggie. I apologize.
No, you did it, nigga.
Apologize, bro.
I don't want to mute on Mighty Mike, but I got to. Reggie, please.
Nah, he didn't think I was done. You just knew I disagreed with what you were saying.
Go ahead, Reggie. You got the floor now. Go ahead, my brother.
But the thing is, like, you talking about, is this part of what are you saying? Part of they culture or something?
That was Rover's son. That was Rover's son.
I said their culture because it happens so frequently, and we tend to receive this as accident when it happens all the time. All the time.
Bro, I mean, if niggas pay attention to what happens in this country, this shit happens all the time. This ain't just no shit from white folks targeting black communities, white folks gun each other the fuck up. Because y'all thought I was just gonna go with just black folks shooting each other. People shoot the fuck
I didn't
up.
say that, Reggie. No,
Mark. Don't feel guilty. I'm talking about the people on the panel thought that was where I was gonna go. My thing is, America has a fucking issue when it comes to guns. What it ignores with the psychopathic motherfuckers up in it, because he could have gunned down a group of anything. Same thing. You got the Chinese dude walking into the Chinese church.
I gotta mention Mike, Brandon. You cutting him right up. Go ahead.
Like no. Finish. Because he said, how is he a psychopath? I think any person who does some shit like that is a psychopath. I got psychopathic homies that will ride through a nigga's street just because he on the other side for no fucking reason, because it's been taught to him these are our enemies, and lay down everybody on that fucking block. So don't act like we don't know fucking killers who are our fucking homies. We got
kill niggas. They're not gonna kill no fucking psychopaths. They'll kill niggas.
You mites. Like y'all getting triggered. Let the man talk.
Okay.
I'm muting mics, yo.
No, let's shoot the dialogue back and forth. But we ain't gonna act like we ain't ignore it. We ain't gonna act like we ain't watched the nigga. Thank you for putting that in there. Deuce Time remind me of the New York subway shit.
Right.
But we highlight, we get emotional and riled up when we see
y'all got bad
the
audio
white boy.
when y'all cut the man off.
We see the white boy. But no. Let's speed it around because we're gonna kick the dialogue.
They
But
can't be
I love
unmuted
for
while you
us.
talking and cutting you off. It's gonna be choppy. I don't even want to cut you off to tell you
He ain't finished.
but we got to have good audio, Reggie. And then you just said people cut you off, you won't finish, so I gotta let you finish. But please,
No, that was about the gist though, because I want to hear everybody else's point because I'm gonna be on the opposite side. I'm gonna kill all these fake revolutionaries. But go ahead.
Yeah,
All right, let me do this real quick. Please, y'all, let me lead. Y'all gotta let me lead. It don't seem like I know what I'm doing sometimes, but I know what I'm doing. Shout out to Boxing Lounge with $5 in euros. I guess that's right. So he said, "Happy birthday, Malcolm X." Salute.
I got 5 on it.
Praying hands. He said, "Boom" with the left and right hook. Let's pass the mic around. I know everybody was anxious when Reggie was trying to go get his bars off. Who was first up?
Let me just jump in there because I'm going to be short.
Yeah.
I don't think he was a psychopath at all. Sociopath. All of this was planned out because he conveniently drove out his way. He made compensation, and then he did what he needed to do. He's not a psychopath. He's more of a sociopath, but that's not really what the issue is here.
I think they changed the name, Troy. I think those are
the issue
legally.
I didn't hear words you said, Max. I was talking, but the issue here,
legally, Troy, they're the same thing. Sociopath and psychopath are legally.
No. But
last time I checked,
but the issue here is just that you got to pay attention to details and patterns. All the other stuff is just minutia and it's not important. Pay attention. The same things keep happening over and over because no one is paying attention. Pay attention. You can't get caught twice in the same situation if you are paying attention. That's just how it works. Pay attention.
Go ahead, Calico.
Yeah, I had wanted to touch on what Troy was saying the first time when he's saying we don't need another Malcolm or whatever the case was like that. But my response is that we don't die, we multiply. So that would mean that Malcolm is in me. He's in you. I mean, he's in plenty of us as far as the real ones go. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole thing about when we transcend, like they try to get rid of that energy, but they ain't do nothing but create more of it. You know what I mean? It's way more Malcolms than there ever was. You know what I mean? Like for real.
All right, go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I want to say as far as what Reggie's talking about. You see how he was dismissive of the shooter. Oh, he's crazy. Oh, he's a psychopath. Oh, something's wrong with him. No, like Troy said, I don't believe nothing was wrong with him. It was meticulously planned out. I looked at that manifesto. I don't have a physical copy of it, which I can't wait to get a physical copy of it. But I went through it on another video with somebody. This man, I'll be honest, I believe he was super intelligent. Not only was he super intelligent, he was intelligent enough to inspire other people. That's why you say, where is his army? He's inspiring his army as he's doing it. He's creating the army as he's doing it. Because he was inspired by Dylan Roof. Dylan Roof was inspired by somebody else. And not only that, I can show you how this was not a coincidence. He wasn't crazy. He picked an exact date where there was already a massacre. I wouldn't give a damn if it was 50 years ago. It's symbolic to mean something. So that date, what do you think, September 11th? That means something. It didn't. That meant something. That's a symbolism. These people are following doctrine and rhetoric. There's no one out there. This means that these people, and they look at themselves as the opposition army. So whether the Ukraine president can say, I'm not in the war, but Putin can say, I wouldn't give a damn what you think you in, but when these bombs start hitting and we start killing people, then you will know you in a war. Just like Troy said, and just like I've been saying throughout this show, I might be using the wrong verbiage and people may not like it. We should be suspect them all. When we out, we should be our head should be on a swivel. We shouldn't be standing around as targets, hanging out, acting like everything is cool. We in a war. Matter of fact, we are prisoners of war. We are POWs behind. So and I think that'll help protect us from these things happening. That we should conduct ourselves like that.
Black people
That's
refuse
all.
to have white enemies, though, culturally.
Were you finished, Brandon?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He can have it. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, go ahead.
Can I?
I'm gonna say black
I
people
got you right
refuse.
after
Black
this
people
shit.
refuse to have white enemies. They refuse it. And when you bring up the perspective of looking at culture, a lot of people want to put this on race. Want to say that homie was racist. No, he wasn't racist. That's because if that's the case, I want to give them racist. I want to say he was crazy. I want to say all this other shit. And then how is America or the United States such a racist nation then? I ask people, is race a big problem or a small problem? People say it's a big problem. Well, if it's a big problem and you have people like that developing, then how is he crazy? That means that this nation actually produces cats like him. He's not thinking outside of the norm. Just because y'all might want to call him a supremacist or let these people try to, differentiate themselves to us while holding us all at the same lower value or some shit. It's like, come on, you know what I'm saying? This is so he said we're in a war. I wouldn't call it a war. I think it's more along the line of this is how these people get down in their societies. And when it comes to us particularly, they got some kind of a beef with us. They got some kind of,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Rogan, son, wrap it up.
Yeah, and they got some kind of a beef with us more than any other person. If we can just tell ourselves that, if y'all don't want to tell yourself that, okay, well, there are enemies or adversary. Let's just say adversarial, unnecessarily adversarial, if not an enemy.
That means devil. That means devil.
Well, I don't want to put devil out there because niggas get on defense right away, right off the bat, right? So I don't want to put that out there. I just want to, how can we agree that they are largely adversarial to us, whether they're racist or not?
Reggie would never say there was adversarial.
I don't agree. I don't agree.
And we don't.
I'm not surprised you don't agree.
That's okay. And that's okay.
You have your own opinion. They're your pagans.
Let me say
they're
this.
your pagans, your enemies. They're not my enemies. I live a life where I have the rationale to know who opposes threat or not. It's funny how the rhetoric is different. We just mentioned there's a black man who allegedly was shooting white people only. That never came out, but people were chatting saying, we heard he was only targeting white people, but we locked sealed tight. So, I mean, he's not any more crazy than this white kid. Let's call a thing a thing.
No, he's not crazy. To call him crazy is insulting. To say that you live in a racist place, to say that you live in a racist place, and to say that white supremacy is this much of an issue, and to call a black man crazy who goes on a shooting spree, only killing those who hold the power factor, which is the skin color of the motherfucking system. He's crazy. No, he's not crazy, and that white boy ain't crazy.
Okay, so if that black man is
welcome to America.
Okay, if that black man is not crazy, how come y'all big tough talkers? We're having a war. Why aren't y'all firing up to get on your armor, your guns, and go retaliate?
You don't get to call nobody out like that.
Neighbors, one at a time. Neighbors, control yourself.
Clips. I know how to do it. I know how to do it, Clips.
Stop talking and armor up and go and
go ahead, girl, behind the mic. I gotta mute your mic.
All I want to say,
stop unmuting your mic. Let her talk.
Okay, all I want to say is right. So the black man in the
she don't get to send nobody to war, cousin. Her
you can't.
Excuse me.
No, look, my brother.
So I'm just saying.
Hold on, girl, behind the mic. Let me say this, my brother. She gets a chance to speak uninterrupted, just like you get a chance to speak uninterrupted, my brother. That's what gets to happen. It's a conversation. You don't push no button to send nobody to war. Let the sister speak. She's the only lady on the panel. Her voice matters. If it don't matter to you, it matters to me. And I ain't saying it don't matter to you. Just let her speak, my brother. That's all I'm saying. Please. Girl behind the mic, please get your bars off.
All right, so I just presented two.
Lady here, bro. Let the sister talk.
I
Go
just
ahead.
presented two very similar narratives. Now, listen, I'm not naive. I do not have a jejune mind not to understand that the black skin may have complexities or challenges or whatever you may. I've experienced them myself firsthand. Prejudiced people, I can tell you stories firsthand. I'm not naive to that. But what I'm going to say is I presented two cases of a black racist man towards white people and a white racist boy. But the black man is a hero. The white boy is just a racist, but the black man is a hero. Okay, so in 5 years from now, when we have the same exact kid with the same armor, because like clockwork, nothing is coincidental and history repeats itself. I want to see all these big talkers with bulletproof vests, with guns, going out there G.I. Joe style and retaliating. All we ever do is this. When Dylan Roof did what he did I hear any guns going off with any black men? Oh, we heroes. We going on the front lines. We're at war. I ain't seen nobody. I ain't heard nobody. I ain't heard no one black man go out here with grenades, nothing, killing 15 white people. By the way, I do not promote violence, but I'm just giving an analogy. I didn't hear that. Who heard that? Did anybody hear any black people out here with armory? We at war,
Actually,
right?
yeah.
We at war.
That's a rhetorical question.
That's what we're talking
Let her
about.
talk, bro. Damn, let the girl talk. Go ahead, sis.
Put all your
Damn,
stuff
man,
in the
y'all
chat
killing
and
me,
I'll
bro.
research it. I want to hear of the black man
Hold
that
on.
went out here with guns and artillery to do mass shootings to the white people that we're at war with. And I don't say people should pick up arms and fight anyone. I just want to Google these facts and research for myself because I don't hear that. But I always hear we're at war. So pick up arms. I'll wait.
Please let me respond because that was to me.
Fair.
Now please
War does
respond.
not
Somebody's in front of you,
and
bro.
Hold on.
You just
That was-
talking,
that was
she
to
was
me.
talking, and then go back to you. We got other people here. Let them talk a little bit too, because they was trying to cut her off too. Clips, Brandon Washington, and I think I think it'll be back to you, Robertson. Go ahead, Clips. But we gotta share. We gotta share it. Go ahead. Clips.
Real briefly, girl behind the mic. If you remember in 2019 and in early 2020s, it was on Texas. Brandon knows what I'm talking about. Texas, Louisiana. There were several armed black men who assaulted police officers and whole police departments in retaliation for the violence and police brutality. It happens quite often. It's often swept under the rug. But that does happen. However, I will be the first to say that is not the solution because all that does is increase the narrative. Things like what happened in Buffalo, things that what happened in that church in North Carolina, these things are done to instigate a race war, to get us to react violently and to get us whatever. Now, I believe in self-defense, but I do not believe in retaliation. I believe the best thing that we need to do is we need to mentally, culturally, and economically separate ourselves as much as possible and distinguish ourselves as a culture. This is not what we do, and let these people have their shit, have their fake little materialistic violent culture, and separate ourselves mentally, financially, and culturally, because fighting violence with violence only leaves people dead.
Good point. Pass the mic. Jules was trying to get in. Go ahead, Jules.
I wanted to say first off to Reggie, bro, when you did pause like Marq Nash, I thought you was done. So no, I didn't mean any disrespect trying to cut you off, bro. I did literally think you were done. But I agree with Clips. That's basically separation. You get away because it is their culture. These people aren't crazy. This is what they set out to do. These people have very high IQs. These people that commit these crimes have very high IQs. I don't know if anybody watched that video, but that young boy, they say he was 18 years old. That man, he didn't miss too many shots. Almost every shot he took, he hit someone. So he was trained with weaponry, because you just don't go out and start shooting people with an AR-15 and just lucky with almost every shot you take. He shot the grocery store window 5 times. You can see the bullets are in a small little bunch, like he's been doing target practice for a while.
Shot group.
Yeah, it was nice little shot group right there. It's like he was doing target practice. He's been doing it for a while. That guy was not crazy in the least bit. Just because we don't understand something, the first thing we like to do is dismiss it and call it crazy or call it something, give it another name to dismiss it because it's not something we're into, or it's not something that we can get with or we can understand. I'm pretty sure that everybody called Hannibal Lecter crazy because he was a cannibal. You eating people, you're crazy. You think we're genius. Most of the time, these people have IQs higher than most. But like they said, it's their culture. This is what they believe in. So the only way the best way to combat that is separation. And to take it back to the very topic of the question, now that I'm saying that, I believe because that was Malcolm X's stance that we needed separation, not to join. We didn't need segregation. We needed the opposite. We needed our own. So I think he would have a very heavy heart that we still haven't gotten able to have our own yet. And with that, I pass. Thank you.
Yeah. I appreciate everybody respecting each other's space and letting everybody get a chance to speak.
Go ahead, Mark. I'm sorry. I wanted to jump in real quick. I had
his bars off. Go ahead, Brandon.
Okay, that girl behind the mic, when you specifically talk about you not hearing black people pick up arms in America, we always pick up arms, and a lot of us will fight. They just not. See, what we used to seeing in war is people being on one accord. So when you see the U.S. military, you know that they're the U.S. military because they have the same uniform on, they have instructions, that kind of thing. So our war is going to look different from what you think traditional war looks like, because we have to fight on different fronts. We are warring in the political field. We are warring in the economic field. We are warring. We're doing, and it's going to look different. So just because they go out and kill black people, and that's what you think war looks like, us getting together and putting on armor and fake revolutionary and all that stuff. No, revolutionary war is fought on many different fronts, and most of the time it's guerrilla warfare. It's hit, quick, miss, because we don't have the army that they have. We don't make weapons. They have they have places called Smith and Wesson companies, factories where they make these weapons at. So we are already at a disadvantage. So for you to call for war, and for us, if we feel this way, for us to pick up guns and go out here and retaliate, in the system of war, that wouldn't be a great strategy. So that's probably why you don't see it. And not only that, we've had people that go out. We've had people. Michael X. Johnson was blown up. We've never seen that happen ever since. Since then, we've never heard of it, and we've never seen it since then. So when you talk about war, there's many different strategies to war, sis. And right now, and you are right, we do a lot of talking, and maybe we shouldn't do as much talking as we do, and maybe the media shouldn't show us protesting and crying and falling all out. We should be finding doing other things in this war, like you said. So that I just want to put that out there, sister. War just looks different than people just putting on grabbing guns and ammo and running out like idiots into the street to fight so-called white people. That's ignorant.
Mark, I'm just saying, I'm getting out of here. I'm getting out of here, y'all. I want to say thank y'all for the conversation. I'm getting out of here. Jules Gaming Lounge. Make sure y'all subscribe to Marq Nash. Thank y'all, everybody up here, for the education. I do want to leave y'all with this, being that if y'all think we're at war, the best way to win a war with these type of people is to stop spending your money with them. Hit their pocket. Other than that, I'm out. Salute. Thank y'all. I'm going to tune back in when I get finished doing what I'm doing. But thank y'all for the education. Salute. Love everybody. Hope y'all have a blessed day.
And I want to say this to Brandon. I just want to say, anybody who believes that you can have a gun war with blacks can have a gun war with America and win is not being realistic. You ain't gonna fight America with guns. It's just
okay, wait. First of all,
it's not America. It's not America. You dealing with.
I'm not done. I'm not
you
done.
might not be done,
cannot
but
fight a gun war.
because I have to clarify my statement. No.
Let him finish. Go after him, girl. Mike,
No. We're not going down that route. We did not.
I was speaking, so it's kind of hard.
Excuse me. Let me clarify my stance, and I will finish, and I'll be quiet forever. No, because you guys are harping on this point. You and Brandon are saying about
we are harping on the point.
I have to clear. I have to clear, and you can do whatever you want us to do. I clearly said I do not I
Yo,
do
that's
not
not
promote
right. You gotta let
violence.
him land, man.
Excuse
That's
me.
not right.
Let
You
me
gotta
clear
let him
my
land.
statement. Excuse
She
me.
was about to land. You cut her
Excuse
off.
me.
Nah, come on now. You gotta let homie
Let
land.
me
Let
finish.
me do this.
I
Let me
gotta
do
clear
this.
my statement
Let's
because
do
this
this.
is on the air and people are
Let's do it.
misconstruing. Because I am. You want me to get recode? Please listen. I said I gave y'all
Fly
hypotheticals.
backstage.
I never.
everybody does.
Excuse me. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Just let her talk.
I never called any black people in America to war. I gave you hypotheticals about a metaphor. And I clearly said I am not with the violence. So you could take it from there, use it as an example, but it's a metaphor. I did not ask any black person to war. I don't believe in that. I gave you a metaphor. Clear.
And if you would,
No war. Don't pick up
So
guns
you
and kill
let
no
her
white
finish.
people.
When she say she
and if
done,
you would have let me,
when she say she done, she done. She the only lady here. Everybody
Okay.
keep cutting her off. Just and I mute y'all mic. Y'all unmute y'all mic while she's still talking. I'm doing the drops, trying to reset. Let's reset, y'all. Come on. Golly.
all right,
So,
can I finish my
we all
point?
start cutting each other off when Jules said he about to go, because she really wasn't, or she wasn't. And then I think Troy was trying to talk, but girl behind the mic, speak your piece. Are you done or no?
Yes, I'm done. I just gave
It's
a
a metaphor.
hypothetical.
get
I
it.
never
It's a
called
metaphor.
the United States of America government. I never called anybody to arms. I gave a
Yeah,
hypothetical.
but to be fair, but you did say, hey, I don't see y'all.
Exactly. It was a hypothetical. I said, if we're at war, how come
Well,
I
it
don't
wasn't a
see
metaphor. It was a hypothetical. Those are two different things.
Also,
it was
her war
examples
ain't
with
against the
metaphor.
government. Her war is against other white civilians. It's against white civilians. I don't know why y'all think white means government.
Fair enough. All right, go ahead, Troy.
All right, cool. Now, if I would have been allowed to finish my statement,
Go ahead,
you
Troy.
would have
You
heard
got
that
it
I
now.
wasn't.
Troy, you got it.
I wasn't focusing on what you said or what any. Just you or I was talking to everybody who talked about gunplay and shoot, get out here and armor up and shoot people in the face. It's not gonna happen. It's just not realistic. It's not realistic, man. You attack the finances. That's what I stated the first time. I heard somebody say, then you go after the politician, the politics. Those are the two ways that we can win a war in this so-called country. But there's no way that you're gonna pull out guns and win anything, in America. No way. You'll end up dead and useless. You'll end up dead,
they'll blow the whole world up.
and no point to it. Huh?
I'm agreeing with you. I said they'll blow the whole world up before they let you have it.
Exactly, man.
All right, let's pass the mic. I appreciate everybody, man. Go ahead, Clips. And then Reggie and Calico.
Damn, you done double back.
I mean, we ain't heard Clips in a minute. We only heard Clips do his opening. Go ahead, Clips.
I believe that Troy Graham, Brandon Washington, and Girl Behind the Mic all have great points. And we've got to understand that for all the brothers who have military experience, all theaters of war, whether it be covert or blatant boots on the ground war, needs to be a multi-pronged attack. And I think as Black people, we still have this problem where we look at ourselves as a monolithic diaspora, and we look at the solutions to our problems as being a monolithic, okay, well, I'll just do this and this solves that. Remember, we are up against a system. We are up against a system that has been perfected since God knows when, okay? And so, yeah, we can do it financially, we could do it politically, we could do it mentally, we could do it culturally. But my point is, when we are not doing all things, we are just going to find ourselves stuck on the hamster wheel, because this is a multi-pronged attack against us as a people. So it takes a multi-pronged counterattack and counteroffensive. So all these implements that we're hearing, all these things need to be implemented in different measures by all of us.
Interesting. All right, let's pass around. Go ahead, Calico. Calico said I doubled back. He didn't get a chance to speak. Go ahead, Calico. And we could open it up, man. I want everybody to get a chance to speak. We can't have people unmuted while other people talking, just waiting to cut them off. Because when you do that, it start picking up sounds in their mic, Like, you don't have to keep your finger on the trigger. When you ain't talking, mute your mic. Let that person talk. You don't have to keep your mic unmuted, ready to cut them off. Like, you just ready to cut people off. Like, nah, we ain't gonna do that. Go ahead, Calico.
What happened to the other brother? I was gonna say he should have went, but I don't think he up
Yeah,
there.
he dipped off. Shout out to Rogan's son, but he dipped off. But he's fairly new here. Maybe he don't know how I mod and how I run my panel. Like, I just don't let people just take over, especially the only lady who's brave enough to click the link. She ain't the only lady watching tonight, but she's part of the conversation. Let her speak. And if I let her speak more than you or longer than you offended by that, so be it. But he's cool, man. That's my guy, man. He just maybe he had to go. Yeah, he probably had to go. It's all good, man. Like, I don't hold it against him. It ain't nothing personal. It's all love. But go ahead. You got the floor now. Go ahead, Calico.
I mean, I agree with a lot of things that the brother was saying, you know.
All right, well, speak on it. You got the flow.
Yeah, because I'm just saying.
Want to call him back for you?
Oh, most definitely, bro. Hey, come on back. Hit the link. Come on back up, bro. So real talk.
Well, let's pass the mic then, Calico. If you ain't got nothing else other than to say,
Go ahead.
This motherfucker Calico, man.
Go ahead, Reggie. Go ahead, Reggie.
Oh my. Calico. I mean, you can play. Yeah, but back to the point where Brandon was speaking about, we can't go up against this and we can't have it's no point of talking that Black folks can have retaliations and other people do it.
Don't cut them off, Brandon. Go ahead.
Oh, well, I thought I heard you say that as if Black folks can't retaliate and we can't do this and that. We can retaliate against people like that. The information gets put out just like the families of this kid. His family can be targeted if Black folks wanted to. Black folks in the 60s and 70s used to always do this shit. They'll target, they'll get intelligence, they'll find on people. That's really what scared organizations like the FBI and white people in society, is the fact that you have Black people that were reactive. We do have access to weapons. It don't matter if Smith & Wesson is a white company manufacturers. I can walk into a gun store and buy the same kind of weapons a white boy buy. Can buy the same amount of ammo a white boy buy. But is my psychology and thinking to go out here and do retarded fuck shit like them? No. Would I use my weapon quick as them? Absolutely. Blow their motherfucking face off without hesitation. So it ain't that we come with this weakened mind state that we can't do what we want. A lot of these motherfuckers on suicide missions, but you keep something nice on you and be ready for them. But if you retaliate, just like you say, you become the victim of a person, because Black folks love to retaliate against other motherfuckers who target us. If we take that same energy, this is why I say I don't condemn everything with gangsters. Gangsters are very necessary in society. I think some of the principle of what gangsters do have to be reshaped, reorganized, and wars can be fought. We've pushed people out of fucking communities based on how we organize as small groups, which they term as gangs. No, these are organizations that protect ourselves. But ultimately, we lost our path with what we do with them. And we began to do all this other ignorant ass tripping on one another. But it can be easy, even if this motherfucker, like people bring the Trayvon Martin bullshit up. That Zimmerman cat can be knocked the fuck off. People focused in on him. His family could organize to take care of that. These motherfuckers are regular people. Ain't nothing supreme, ain't nothing superior about them. They're regular fucking humans. You punch them in their fucking mouth, they cry, woo-hoo, and their teeth fall out. They don't grow back.
Right. All right, pass the mic.
So,
Go ahead.
It's not hard, it's just organized.
Go ahead, Brandon.
I have a question for Rich. Okay.
Brandon, you sound muffled, bro. Gotta have that good.
Am I better or no? Am I better or am I still horrible?
It's better now. Go ahead.
Okay. Rich, what you talking about is Black people collectively coming against people who hurt us and avenging ourselves. Is that what you're talking about?
Brandon, it don't take a whole population of Black people to organize because somebody hurt you. It don't.
So why? Okay, so when we organize, I can just tell you historically what happens to Black people when they do that against white people, because we have historical examples. Okay, let me tell you the first thing that happened. Black people get slaughtered. And then after that happens, once Black people do that, they go to jail for hundreds and hundreds of years. That's what they use. They use jail in debt. They use their laws and they use debt, mental welfare against us. So you believe so basically you saying that George Zimmerman should not be allowed to be walking around if black people were who we supposed to be. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but George Zimmerman ain't just walking around. He know he got a target on his ass. Don't nobody got footage of him. You best believe he walks fucking in concealment. But the thing is, you're bringing up talking about getting slaughtered. White folks that get slaughtered too, they go up against government and law enforcement agencies. But there are black folks who target.
Brandon, you doing what I don't like. I don't want two people going back and forth when we got 8 people here and I got somebody backstage. Like you speak, he speak, and then you got to move forward. You guys can't just constantly go back and forth and you cutting them off while he talking. You ask him, well, let me ask you a question. Then you want to reply to his question. Then you want to Brandon, like, I'm sorry, my brother. Like, I love you to death, but that ain't just you. That's people on YouTube anyway. Like, they'll do this. Man, let me ask y'all a question. But that ain't what you there for. You, man, just say what you say. But that's a YouTube thing. Watch that. You'll hear a lot on YouTube. Let me ask y'all a question. Man, just say what the fuck you want. You answer your own question. Let me put this brother, let this person get their bars off real quick. P, what's your name? Well, they say P. Where you from, P? Unmute your mic, P. P going once.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Talk to me. P, where you from, bro?
I'm from Omaha, Nebraska.
Hey, Omaha, Nebraska.
Omaha. Yeah, born and raised. Malcolm X, born and raised, you did.
Yeah, we call it Crawford country now in this boxing scene.
Yeah. My thing is, it's the whole. My thing is finances. Period. And we ain't got no stocks. We don't come together on stocks. We don't come together on stock mentality. We don't come together on generational wealth. We don't come together in a whole static of finances. We don't, like, when we talk about money, we all talk about money, and the Federal Reserve own the money, period. So they own that. They write that. Every day we wake up and we chase that bag, and it's not even a real bag. And it's just hurting us, period. As a community, it's hurting us individually, and we are the lowest when it comes to finances in this country. If that doesn't change, ain't nothing to talk about war, nothing. Because we ain't eating. If we ain't eating, and the whole thing is, the mentality has to change, period. So I'm gonna end the floor with that.
Absolutely. Oh my God, I'm about to chop that up and put it on the album or something, yo. Oh my God, that was so powerful. And he had the raspy voice, sound like I've been fighting all my life. Nah, I feel you though, man. Yo, super dope. I'm glad everybody gave you a chance to speak, man. I was like, why somebody cut him off as soon as you done? Nope, that was perfect, man. People, and you said you from Omaha, Nebraska, right? Born and raised.
Yes, sir.
How do you guys celebrate Malcolm's birth in Omaha, Nebraska?
We had we go to his birth site. I got a lot of history, period, in Nebraska, because my grandpa was the head of the NAACP down here. So when it first started and brought Martin Luther King down here, when the riots happened, you know what I mean?
Can I ask you how old you are, my brother, if you don't mind?
41.
You said 81?
41.
Oh, 41. I'm sorry. I'm about to say, I believe you when you said 81 too. Shit. I mean,
y'all leave that man alone.
I believe when he said 81.
Yeah, I was just saying. We go down.
It's all love. It's a hip hop political sports show with a comedy twist. We like to let the jokes fly. You know why?
Yeah.
Because life is serious enough, man.
Yeah.
It's all joke. It's all love. But yeah, so in Omaha, do they have a parade for Malcolm or anything like that that's going on?
See,
Like
Malcolm is
like,
he's one of our uncelebrated heroes.
So they don't do a Malcolm X parade in Omaha.
No, let me finish. I was going to say that he is celebrated within us. So there's a Malcolm X Center. That's his birthplace site down in Omaha. So where he used to live, where he got killed at. You know, that's his home, his house was, right?
I thought he died at the Autobiography in New York.
No, about his dad.
Huh?
You remember the show when they got it? The Ku Klux Klan got his dad.
Oh, you talking about his father? Or his father?
Yeah. The place where that was his birthplace, though.
Yeah.
So now it's a site of where he used to live. It's called the Malcolm X Center, and they do some stuff there. They're very proactive
but other than outside of that, like y'all don't do. It's like not a Malcolm X Day parade. They don't have a statue or anything like that.
They ain't got a statue because he's not celebrated. See
I heard you when you said that. I was just trying. I'm one of those people. I'm gonna let you know. I know you might not be familiar with me on the show. I ask open, direct questions a lot of times, and I be wanting open, direct answers. And then you can continue with your soliloquy. It can be like no, and then here's why. Because if not, I'm gonna double back and I'm gonna ask you the same question again. Do they have a statue and do you have a parade? So the answer is no. Okay. Why is that? Like people can rent you can get a city pass, right? File for a permit and you can have a parade, right? Why they don't have a parade for them? Why you don't think?
I believe it's the uncelebratedness of how strong he was for our people. And then when you get like new age, you probably don't know that history like that. And when you talk about Malcolm, like not many more people talk about Martin than they do Malcolm. Just like more people talk about Bob Marley than they do Peter Tosh. You see what I'm saying? So, like, and he's not a celebrated person when we talk about like our heroes. Like the narrative for the U.S. wants to be like more like Martin than it does want to be like Malcolm. And then when we don't teach our own, it becomes even that much more of a hindrance on our historical people that we do cherish, like Malcolm and Garvey. Garvey's not. You ask today, like, who's Garvey? Not too many people, even old cats ain't going to even really know that. But they'll celebrate Madam C.J. Walker and give her the flowers and everything else like that. You see what I'm saying? They gear that stuff towards the bleaching of the skin and everything else like that. You know what I mean?
Right. And also, too, she was wealthy, too, for that time, right? She was a millionaire, a multi-millionaire, right?
Yeah. But so was.
And after this, I got to get your final thoughts because I hate you came to the show so late. We've been almost 4 hours, and I land the plane. So give me your final thoughts. That we talk. No, it's all love. You ain't got to apologize. Welcome home. Welcome home.
This is my first time ever hearing your show, so you got a new listener.
Home, my brother. You here now?
Yeah.
It's all love. Yeah. Give me your final thoughts on everything, and tell me how Errol Spence gonna lose his eyeball when he plays Crawford.
Oh, we didn't even gonna talk about Crawford.
Crawford gonna knock the stuffing out of everything.
Crawford is a beast. Period.
Bud beats everybody.
Bud beats BBE. Bud beats everybody. Yeah, man, we're gonna rip the fin off that damn dolphin. He ain't no shark.
There's no other fighter, period.
I'm joking. I ain't trying to do it. We're gonna be here all night. I promise if I go there, we're gonna be here all night. Pull up Friday, man, for the boxing talk. We're gonna be here Friday, man.
Love, will do.
You got an Instagram, a Twitter, you got a YouTube channel. Anything you want to plug and promote, my brother, before I let you go?
Not right now. I'm just chilling, sitting in the background, G.
Man, click that subscribe button and watch some of my Just go to my channel and type in Bud Crawford, and you're gonna see some amazing stuff up there.
Bud Crawford gets knocked out.
Nah. He gonna be knocked out. He gonna be knocked out on a bed of money after he put that boy to sleep. He's gonna beat. Matter of fact, Brandon, no final thoughts for you. You out of here. I'm joking. All right, shout out to you, P. Thanks for pulling up, P. Don't be a stranger, my brother.
Peace.
All right, God bless. Shout out to Omar. All right, let's do these final thoughts. Brandon Washington, girl behind the mic, that guy Clips, Reggie Owens, my guy Calico. Calico, take the lead real quick. Give me your final thoughts, 2 minutes or less. Let's go.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on, what Dr. Francis Cress Wilson always, pretty much been saying way before this day came. But as revolutionary people, people want to stand around with a weapon and be on go, waiting on, really waiting on the revolution to come. And if, whenever we do that, war never comes. And we're looking for it in the wrong way, because at the same time they dropping chemtrails, they're creating a vaccine, they're putting it in your foods. You feel me? They're getting you in the healthcare. Like the brother keeps saying, the finances. You know what I mean? They literally attacking you every other way. Just like before they go to war with any other country, it always start off with a tariff. A tariff is a tax. You feel me? Like any other country would probably, be going haywire right now about the gas price. And I'm just saying, we at war.
1 minute on the clock, Calico.
We at war, bro. That's all I got to say. Ain't nothing.
All right, plug your channel, man. Tell people how they can reach you and follow you, my brother.
I'm good, man. Everybody ain't on this level, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let him stick to the boxing.
He be talking some real woke shit. He be doing the PowerPoints. He gonna break it down. He reading off he going through the PowerPoints. He took the time to put it all together. Check him out, man. Even if he ain't gonna plug and promote himself, I'll plug and promote him. Check out D Calico.
I appreciate y'all brothers though.
And he got that versus battle we did on his channel. He chopped that up from my video. If you didn't know, D Calico and Marq Nash had a little versus battle once upon a time.
Last year.
And I smoked this fucking boots.
Hey, if you know, you know. If you know, you know.
But he got some good joints up there. So check out the music as well. The brother is a talented artist, and I respect him. I appreciate him. And you modded up over here, man. Welcome back home, man. Welcome home.
For sure,
welcome home. Yeah, man. Clearing them out one by one. Brandon Washington, talk to me, man.
Salute, man. I'm not ready to go. I enjoy this conversation.
Oh no, you said you ain't ready to go. Oh, you ain't mean.
I ain't ready to go. Yeah, I'm enjoying this. I would say this. A lot of times when we have these discussions, we need to recognize that it's just a back and forth. We're giving our ideas and our opinions, and nothing is set in stone unless it's a fact. And we should be respectful of each other. Now, I saw somebody type in the chat that you may have been caping for girl behind the mic. Yeah, we are. We will defer to her because she is the only woman on the panel, and she's always been respectful, and she is very thoughtful when she speaks. So we need to respect that, and we're not going to let nothing get in the way of that. Even though we may have different points of view, she enlightens me, and I'm always learning something when I listen to her. I just wanted you to know that, girl behind the mic first. So just because we had a difference of opinion tonight, sister, we view our world outlook is different in certain contexts doesn't mean that we're not on the same page. And I think as Black people, we need to learn that it's okay to have discourse and not to agree. But as long as we have clarity, and clarity is the key sticking point for respecting these conversations. Mark, this was a beautiful conversation. You should have started it earlier. And you got to start eating because we be wanting to pour all-nighters. Now you're going to have to make Reggie go live. Reggie, you got to go live.
No, I got to defer to Reggie. I just started. Look, Reggie on the West Coast time, so he can keep going. I'm on East Coast time.
Oh, right.
It's 4 a.m. over here. Reggie, it's only 1 o'clock. Let's go, right?
Yeah, let's go,
Man,
Reg. But once again, thank
Reggie,
y'all,
set
man.
up
Troy,
the live stream while we getting started.
yeah,
I
don't
need
get that live.
pictures. Let's go.
I can do 2 hours.
Hang on, Brandon.
go.
Yeah,
No,
Reggie,
don't
we're gonna
leave.
get
Hang
that
on.
straight to the link.
Yeah, man. I gotta do look, because what really be going on, guys. Look, around this time too, around 3:30, 4 o'clock. That's when I want to end this shit, because like I want to edit for about 30 minutes to an hour. I have so much content that I want to do. Look, even with the members only shit, I've been telling y'all since February, March. I want to set up the members only. Why ain't set it up yet? You know what I'm saying? Because I be doing the live. You know what I'm saying? I be doing YouTube shorts. I'm helping brothers like Ben Israel get their show started. Yo, shout out to Ben Israel. Ben Israel about to come out here and take off in this motherfucker, yo. And I fuck with Ben Israel. Clips about to start this channel. Troy's already got his thing getting started. Like man, I really want to help people, man. And yeah. But that shit take away a lot of time, especially when you're doing a 4-hour pop-up. I still got to be here tomorrow and do the regular show. So, but sometimes, man, we got to do these pop-ups. But I need these dudes. I need y'all to set y'all channels up so y'all can do the pop-ups. Let's go.
I didn't know, bro. I didn't know. I'm gonna say this, Troy. Thank you. I know we always have misunderstandings.
We got to set the Brandon Washington channel up too. The Brandon
Don't
Washington.
nobody want to hear me talking. Don't nobody want to hear me talking. But outside of that,
this nigga join the panel and call every episode and say, "Don't nobody want to hear him talk."
Hang on,
That's
Brandon.
for me.
Hang on, because I want to ask you a question. So hang on.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Okay, I'm gonna be quiet.
More panel questions. Here we go. Go ahead, Troy. Panel questions.
Are we cool? I was just gonna say, a good show. I wanted to know if you were finished talking to him. It was
No,
a
I
good
thought that
show
was
and
your
all
one
that.
question. Like, are we cool? Like you was asking Brandon, are y'all cool?
Nah,
We
I'm
cool,
not gonna
Troy.
ask him
What's
that.
the question for Brandon?
No. You know, my question is, why is it you take so much glee in coming on here lying about, things that I've done?
Oh, y'all need to talk one-on-one for that. Y'all can
Yeah.
talk.
This shit
I
got
love you, Troy.
Yeah, let's trade. Yo, both of y'all put y'all email in the private chat, and y'all email each other and trade numbers, and y'all can talk one-on-one, and y'all can get to some kind of understanding. Because I respect both of y'all too much to do that right now, because it would take too much time to let everybody get their whatever they think their grievances may be or may not be, and I respect y'all too much to Nah, Rob G got the popcorn. He's like, let it go, Mark, let it go. Nah, man, I respect these dudes, man, and they got to get their bars off. We can do it in another episode, or y'all can trade emails and y'all can really talk. Like, are y'all trying to make entertainment and content? That's one thing. Do y'all really want a real understanding? And do y'all respect each other enough to have a conversation with each other?
I can have a conversation. I tell you what
Y'all
I'll
keep
do. I
each
can
other
set
up
it up on my.
offline. You get what I'm saying? Grown man shit. Both of y'all are grown men. Y'all
tell
are
you-
both fathers, leaders in your
I'll
community.
tell you what I could do. I can set it up on my own show. I'll just
See,
come
Troy
up with a
wants the
name.
content. Troy don't
I'll
want
just
the
come up with a
conversation.
name, like
He want the
a
content.
name for the show, and I'll set it up over there. He
Oh,
can
I'm gonna tell you
fix
what to call
over
it.
there.
Call it Troy Graham.
Troy gonna go live next. You gonna go live next, Troy?
Call it Troy versus
I
Brandon Washington.
can, because I'm
Call
wide
it Troy
awake.
versus Brandon Washington. Troy.
Yeah,
You want
let us go on Troy channel. Let's all go to Troy channel.
Yeah, Troy, set up the live.
Yeah, we gonna fuck up Troy shit.
I'm gonna
Call
do
it
it now.
Troy
I'm
versus
gonna go ahead
Brandon
and do it
Washington.
now.
And I trust
Fuck
you.
that. Open the panel up.
You'll get you gotta open the panel, Troy. You're gonna get everything you're looking for. Troy gonna be like, it's my show now. Everybody shut the fuck up. Troy gonna be in this bitch like this.
Nah, I don't work like that. But
Everybody.
Troy
All right,
gonna
so
be
Troy,
like, I got the
all right, so
power
Troy,
now.
okay, so I can let you go. Troy, you know how to work your StreamYard now, right? Because you don't have a couple struggle episodes, respectfully. I'm fucking with Troy. Troy was like, okay, I messed up there. This is the second live. He said, I should have just muted it. I was like, you look at my guy Troy up here doing his motherfucking thing. I was so proud of you, bro. I shared your link. I'll be sharing Troy's links on the on my Facebook group as well. Check them out. Troy Grant, you setting it up? You ready to go live? Or is Reggie gonna go live? See, Clips, you supposed
let's do it on Troy. Let's get traffic to Troy channel too.
I'm setting it up now. Man.
Everybody bring their ass to Troy channel. Troy Graham.
I'm about to put the link for Troy channel in the main chat. I'm gonna put the link for his channel in the
And
chat.
the show and the show is called the Troy Graham Experience.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the link for your channel. What you gonna call this episode though? Troy Graham versus Brandon Washington. Because y'all gonna get y'all conversation out. And you say you look, Troy said, I want the view, I want the content and the conversation. I ain't mad at Troy. Let's go, Troy. Let's get busy. Let's share this link. Let's get it popping. And look, I'm not there to moderate. I do not know how this is about to go. Brandon Washington, good luck.
Oh, we good. We'll be okay. I know how to hit end if it get too bad, but me and Troy gotta respect each other. It'll be all good.
Nah, Brandon, this is how it's gonna go. Brandon, tell me your name and where you from. It's my show. Shut up, bitch. Shut up. I'm in charge now. Hey, look, he gonna be like that evil Urkel bot. Y'all remember Family Matters? He's gonna be the evil Urkel bot. Okay, I'm sorry, I went too far. Let me put the link for Troy's channel and let everybody else get their final thoughts. So Brandon Washington, you gonna pull up on Troy. I'm gonna be over there. I'm gonna be listening on my phone, but I'm gonna be editing on this laptop. I need this laptop, y'all. It's super fast, and I need this for editing. I don't even like it. I don't even use my main Mac for nothing else now. I use my main Mac right now more as a TV. I've been here watching movies and shit in the studio while I'm working on the laptop. I don't even be over there making beats, engineering, mixing, mastering. Sorry, guys. Don't call me for that unless you want me to make an intro or outro for your YouTube channel or your TikTok or something like that or a tutorial. Other than that, man, I use that main Mac over there for. I'm about to upgrade it. Yeah, we got to upgrade it. Because it's so slow compared to this new shit. So I wish you guys nothing but the best health. No, it's too early. Reggie Owens, give me your final thoughts. And we're going over to Troy. I'm going to join.
Oh, yes, indeed, man. Another good topic, man. Another good conversation, man. And even with people like they think, they hear it, like you always saying, man, we don't got to say all that, man. Discussions are discussions. Sometimes discussions get heated. Points don't always agree, but that don't mean there's conflict. That don't mean there's kind of ill intentions from another person. No, this is the way people dialogue. This is the way people philosophize. Man, it's some Socrates, Plato type shit we do on here. So even people in the chat have to understand that. Like every time you hear,
what does that mean, Reggie? When you say Socrates and Plato, because people in the chat
come in it. They come in with deep thought, man. They philosophize. They break down societal. They break down societal shit. They shape the origins of society, and that's what we come in here to do, to shape the origins of the society through our conversations, man. Conversations can spin many things. War is created through certain conversations. If it's wrong, peace is created through conversations. Progress is through conversations. So people just gotta learn what it means to talk to someone. Relationships are formed through conversation. So, I mean, that's why it's good to talk. And even in conflict, you have resolutions through talking. You don't talk, shit goes bad. So you gotta have discussions. They're important.
And that's the great way to close it out. Your channel is called Boxing Conversations with Reggie Owens 1 and 2. You got another channel called Politics and News with Reggie Owens. You also have a channel called Reading with Reggie Owens. Did I get them all correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, man. When do you go live for the people who don't know? Any day of the week, anytime, right?
Anytime. I've been trying to get them in while at work and stuff, because sometimes I want to get back to my book reading, but when I've been getting home, I'll be tired. So I tend to I'll probably get back to book reading since school about to end. I ain't got to do homework with the kids, so probably Saturday I'll start back my book reading. But I'll go live usually around 2:00 while I'm at work.
All right. Do you got Twitter? Or I know you got an Instagram. What's your new Instagram? Because they shut your old shit down.
Yeah, I try to use the same name, Reggie76544, and it also pull up as Reginald Owens 81.
Reginald Owens.
Yeah.
Oh man, get your Reginald ass. All right, Reggie.
No shit, they kicked me off. I couldn't use Reggie.
All right. Oh, they don't play them YouTube games where you could just make the same name again, huh?
Yeah, I had to change, but I can use it in the profile name.
Nah, they was like, fuck you, nigga. We know it's you, nigga. You put them titties up here last week. Or you put that nigga in his brains blowed out. Reggie be showing that raw shit, yo. That's what, man, that's why I gotta end the show, man. Like, man, I don't want to be one of these niggas just always talking and complaining and saying what they gonna do and man, I gotta get out here and do it. And between the family and other, like my G, and doing the lives, it's still shit that I ain't even did on this level yet that I got planned that's gonna blow niggas' minds. Some of y'all talked to about it already. Man, I got big dreams and big goals, man. I ain't getting in this game to be second place to nobody, yo. And when we do that live show, I want all y'all motherfuckers to pull up because this gonna be so dope. And we gonna lay out the red carpet for all of y'all. Much love, Reg. I'll see you on the next one. Peace. Let me see you, Troy. Troy, you got that live set up? Troy, you got the live set up? All right, we waiting for Troy. I'm gonna go and put the link to his channel in the chat. Girl behind the mic, talk to me, gorgeous. Much. Hey, look. They're gonna call me a simp, a coon, a Sambo. Hey, look, some people call you a Sambo and an Uncle Tom. I'm like, you gotta pick one. But one of them was a good guy, and one of them is the hero to the story. Like, maybe you don't know, but it is what it is, and it's gonna be what it's gonna be. But much love and respect for everybody. But thank you so much for fighting through it, sticking with me, understanding. Hey, look, I learned from my past transgressions. Sometimes I used to sit back and just let shit happen. I'm like, man, shit, yo, numbers going up, let shit go. Like niggas like, but people walk away feeling like, yo, I thought you should have stepped in. And they'll tell me, well, you stepped in here and you stepped in there, you didn't step in here. So I just, when it's different personality sets and clips, you and I talked about this all the time. I think I talked to Clips about it. I talked to Brandon. I think I said this might have the Megazord. But I look at this show now, it kind of reminds me of, you still there, right, girl, behind the mic?
Mm-hmm, I'm here.
You know what it reminds me of? Imagine having a party, a house party. Matter of fact, fuck it, it's your birthday party, right? At your birthday party, you're going to have some coworkers there. You're going to have some family. And I mean, close family. Then you're going to have some family that's kind of separated, like, well, I ain't seen you in a while, but that's still my cousin. And then you're going to have like the people that live down the block from you. When you was a kid, you're going to have some people that live here. You're going to have like the people you know from high school, college. Like it's just going to be a mixture of friends, right? Mm-hmm. Everybody know you. They don't know each other. Right?
Right.
And that's what the show is like sometimes. Everybody know Marq, but y'all don't know. And then a lot of times, let's keep it a buck. Y'all don't even know. No. Okay, he said Marq, it's in the chat. Cool. So Troy's ready. Troy, click the live button. We're going to go over there. Go and start it now, Troy. Go and click the start button, Troy. And girl behind the mic you got the link to join the panel on Troy show right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's put the link so people can watch the show as well, because everybody ain't gonna join the panel, and plus everybody can't join the panel. But we're gonna light Troy up tonight, man. We're gonna show Troy Graham some support from the neighborhood, and let's show him how strong this neighborhood is. We're gonna keep the conversation going. But I said that to say, sis, like, I got love and respect for all of y'all. I just want us to coexist. It was times tonight I should have changed the survey to say, will Malcolm X be disappointed in this panel? and our lack of communication, our lack of growth, development, allowing each other to you get what I'm saying? Like, he would have been disappointed in us tonight, let alone the rest of the country. What are we doing right here? We never got to solutions. We started name calling. We started we was cutting each other off. Like how many times does Marq Nash have to say one mic, let everybody talk? Now granted, I'm gonna engage back and forth because that's what they came to see. I'm gonna engage back and forth with the audience, but everybody cutting each other off, like, sis, like Malcolm X would have been disappointed with us tonight. And I'm not
on his grave.
What you say? Rolling in his grave.
Rolling
right?
in his grave now.
With his name up there. And then I was like, yo, y'all trying to talk about the brother's transgressions on his birthday? Like, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to talk about the brother's transgression. If he, because he's not a perfect person, right?
Right.
Like, we bringing up the Detroit Red days and everything. And he was flirting with this girl who was, hey, look, he was a cop. Like, niggas low-key try to call the brother a cop blocker on his birthday, respectfully. Like, they was like, yo, he wanted the bitch that Elijah Muhammad. I'm like, what, nigga? I'm like, you know we live, right? You know people gonna hear this. This is his birthday party. Clips. You get what I'm saying? So, is Clips sleep? Clips, hello?
Yeah, I'm here. What's happening?
Okay, now, you heard that?
I hear that.
That nigga got a vibrator over there rubbing his nipples or some shit. What you doing?
Watch out, nigga. I got my phone going off. I got 5 people texting me. And
Okay, respectful. That's what the vibrator is. I know I heard that. And I was like, hey, that sound like Mrs. Nash. When I be down here on the live, I be like, she be like, nigga, hey, if you ain't gonna come upstairs, I'm gonna get it done without you tonight, nigga. I'm like, I hear that through the ceiling. She done brought out the power drills for the pussy. No, I'm just
that shit plugs up to the wall. Shit. Ain't no batteries for that. You gotta plug that up to the generator out in the garage.
Right, Clips, how I'm supposed to compete with a jackhammer? Like, that's why the internet.
Goddamn.
Hey, Clips, my internet be going out sometimes. That's my wife when they're playing with the toys. Her shit can't get. Hey, look, her shit don't need batteries. Her shit got to plug into the wall. Because I'm down here.
You got to plug it up to the generator, and it's got a solar panel attached to it because it's motherfucking high power.
All right, nigga, shut up. That's my wife. Get out of here. Get out of here. Girl out of my But I love you, my sister. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your energy. Thank you for your support. Everything you do. Like I can't pay her. I've been trying to pay her for everything she do. Like, these ladies just love the show. Whether we talking about boxing, hip hop, current events, historical things like this. Her support is unwavering, and I thank God for you. Take us home. Give me your final thoughts and plug everything you got going on.
Thank you. And I thank God for all of you all. You all are like my brothers. I'm such a low-key tomboy inside. So I enjoy being here. I enjoy the testosterone. So final thoughts. I don't condone violence. So, what I do condone is open minds. And I enjoy the conversation, listening from all sides. And I guess my question, which we will all think about and talk about in the future, is what is our next solutions in the next 4 to 5 years if this same event happens? Hey, I'm all for mobilization within your family, within your household. If it does mean you're training your children on how to fire arms, how to become comfortable, then that's your prerogative. If it means teaching your teenage children to be cognizant and pay attention in public, get your head out of your phone, keep your eyes to the public, see what's going on, what's suspicious around you, then that's your prerogative. But whatever it is, as long as it's moving the needle a little bit forward for us, then we hope that we are doing something better for our community than our society. That's my 2 words. A few words.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. How can people follow you and subscribe to you? When you gonna start doing them lives, sis? You got to do them lives, yo.
Not when people are like that in the chat. Y'all ain't finna come troll me.
You got to take a good
damn
look.
it. Tell them again.
I'm scared.
Oh, look, you got a built-in fan base over here. Already.
Yeah, that's gonna come and probably troll me.
Because Marq Nash ain't there. Big brother ain't there, so they think they're gonna bully my sister. Nah, man.
So I'll
Hey,
take my time.
I'll do your first couple lives with you. I'll help you out. I promise.
Okay, I'll
Give
think
me
about that in the near future.
help you out. All right.
Okay.
All right. Much love, much respect. I'll see you on the next one. God, if God wills it, right? Talk to me, Clips.
Great
And
conversation.
that invitation is it, and that's an open invitation for anybody out there who trying to who's a part of this neighborhood, who's trying to do their content creation. They're a little nervous about going live. I'll pull up, I'll help you, I'll walk you through it. And And that's gonna be part of members only, like as well. What we're talking about and what we're building as well. But go ahead, Clips, take us home.
Great conversation, and not trying to get too funny, but everybody, let's take a second and let's go ahead and reflect on our brother Malcolm X, on the anniversary of his birth, and let's look at the message and the life that he lived. Let's look at the life that all of our ancestors and all of us, all those who came before us, have lived. And in the spirit of Sankofa, which means that you cannot go forward without understanding where you came from, and it is symbolized by the bird whose head is turned backwards. Let's look to our past with a mind to our future. I believe that the question that Mark asked in the beginning was very prescient, in the sense that how would our ancestors view our current state? Would they view it as progress? Would they view it as stagnation? Or would they be like, damn, these niggas is lost? I don't know. But I will say this. I am willing to make this journey, not only personally, but with y'all, and my commitment to my people, my commitment to my community and my nation has never, ever been stronger. And I would like to once again publicly affirm my love and loyalty to my people. We may not always disagree, but remember, I am here and I will do everything I can to support the advancement of Black people. And in closing, in the words of Malcolm X, I do not come to you as a Mason or an elk, as a Christian or a Muslim. I do not come to you as a Protestant or a Catholic or a Democrat or Republican. I come to you by the one thing that I have always been since the day that I came into this world, as a Black man. And I say to y'all Black people and people all over the world, even the non-Black people, I say to y'all, I love you, and we will not get there if we cannot move together.
All right, cool. And with that said, as always, my guest will get the last word. I'm looking at Troy Graham's title over here. Troy don't call the episode Troy Graham versus his stalker, Brandon. Like, Troy, like, now how can I support that episode and support you and Brandon at the same time? Like, when you label them that way, like, come on. This is what the title of the episode is. I don't even think, look, if I was Brandon, I wouldn't pull up for this shit. Like, you gotta go on the YouTube page and change this shit. Or I'm about to roast you. Like, it's already set up against him. I gave Troy what the title to help him out. He don't title it versus stalker. Like, come on, my G. Like, what are we doing? Look, if Brandon pulls up, I'll share the link. But I don't think Brandon about to pull up. I just don't see him pulling up. I ain't trying to lead the witness. I just don't see it. But if you pull up, shit, I'm gonna join the conversation. With that said, other than that, my guest will get the last word for us, the topic in the conversation. I love you. I hope you love yourself. If not, guess what? God loves you, and so does the neighborhood here at Breaking Beats. Always remember, dreams require sleep, goals require effort. You can go out there and get that t-shirt and that hoodie, and make sure you put in that promo code NASH27, 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 all capital letters, all cap, but it's never no cap when I'm spitting these real raps to y'all on this panel, on this channel, and on this platform. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your energy. I'll see you guys tomorrow night. I'm going to try my best to be on time tomorrow night, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to break down the David Benavidez fight, and we also going to have a good conversation on based off whatever you guys want to talk about. Look for this video dropping tomorrow. Make sure you got the notifications lit, because Clips and I have worked on a couple little reaction videos to some content, and I think the audience in the neighborhood is going to really love those. So remember, subscribe. And as far as the people, it's like, yo, Marq Nash, you was caping. They said I was caping for her, or I was caping for the hoes. Like, she's not no hoe. She's my sister. And look, the conversation's gonna get heated sometime. That's supposed to happen. But in the words a Franklin Saint.
I built this shit. Me. Brick by brick. And I'll be damned if I let you tear it down just because you don't like the way another nigga talk.
Drive, motherfucker. It's your boy Marq Nash, breaking beats. I'll see y'all niggas on the next one. Catch me over there real quick. I'm going to be over there at the Troy Graham Experience, chopping up with my guy Troy. I'm going to put his link in the chat, and I'll put the link in my community tab, and I'll share it on my Facebook group as well. So I love y'all. Peace.
This that squad sound.
All right, so I got a link to my guy, the Troy Graham Experience. Check out his show. Hey, look, and ironically, man, y'all ain't gonna believe this. I'm going over there, holler at Troy Graham, Major Key Bison. They be doing their collab episodes. But look, peep this real quick. I had on the Major Key Bison t-shirt the whole episode. And you ain't even know it. It's your boy Marq Nash. I'll see you on the next one. Peace.